So well, people, very good afternoon to everyone and welcome to the day 4 training of our some advanced Excel. So I believe everybody settled down and we're good to go.
Yes, bros.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so as we decided, we are going to start with our sample case studies folder. The file name is called corporate case studies. So whatever the formulas and functions we need to discuss, as I told you, we are going to start working with. So kindly confirm that you have got this file open and the sheet name is called lookup because we have done up to our visualization part in the same workbook. So we are going to start with today from lookup. So please confirm that this is the same Excel worksheet open on your screen by giving a message in the chat box Y for yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So basically we are going to discuss now the most powerful formula of our Excel naming called VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. So before proceeding further, anybody who doesn't know what is VLOOKUP, feel free to ask because if you do not know, I can start from the scratch. If you know, we can skip the topic. That's why I'm taking the call. Anybody, if you do not know what is VLOOKUP, please drop me a message in the chat box. Don't know. No need to feel shy because nobody is inborn intelligent. People learn out of their own experience or from the somebody's third party's guidance. So if you do not know, please drop me a message. Do not know. Okay. Can I consider that everybody is aware of VLOOKUP? Okay, you know but forgot completely. So it means that you do not know. Priyanka, can I say that? Okay, okay. Fine then, let me have a quick, just have a refreshing out your memory, all those people who are having the same worksheet on the screen so that you can connect with it. And if anything is missing, you are able to recall any challenges you faced in the past. Those things also you can ask me now. So first of all, where we apply VLOOKUP, what is VLOOKUP? V stands for vertical. So whenever we have the data to look something in the vertical format, we can go for simple way to VLOOKUP. So basically VLOOKUP helps us in searching the data. So some specific records, if you're searching in a large volume of database, then instead of going for Control F, keep on doing the same time and again, you can simply use this VLOOKUP formula in Excel and it is going to search those records and it will be giving us the information. The same thing it does what we do it manually. Like take an example, suppose I want to purchase a laptop. I have seen a lot of brands around in my office or friends or colleagues that are using. I have made a list of brands over here. This is there in the Excel file. Take an example. No need to do anything. Just look at my screen, follow my audio, what I'm saying. Now, I have created that list in an Excel file. Then I have gone to one vendor to ask for the price. So when I go to the vendor, I asked him, do you have any catalog so that you can give it to me? I can choose based on my budget and what is the configuration I'm looking for. Based on that, I can select a particular laptop. So he gave me a catalog and which is containing the list of brands and rates in a piece of paper. That paper, I took it with me. I came back to my workstation. I opened that same Excel file and my job is now whatever the brands I have with me against of that, those brands, I need to populate the rates. But where these rates are going to come from? From the catalog. Now, if I need to start doing the job manually, where I will start with? I will start with my first list. In my list, what is the first column? Brand. What is the first brand I have? Acer. I'll take that. And then I'll be looking at in the vendor's catalog whether Acer is there. Yes. How much? 22,000. Understanding the same, I'll come back to my work own Excel workbook where rate is there. I'll be populating or typing the data in this format. Well, I got Acer. Now, once I found Acer, what is the next one? Apple. Again, I'll take Apple. I will look at in the vendor's catalog whether Apple is there. Yes. How much is the price? 45,000. So I'll be making our data 45,000. This is how I'll be keep on doing for one by one brand purpose. The rates I'll be populating in this fashion. Do you agree with me? Right, people?
Yeah, Prabhas.
Yes. Now, I don't mind doing the same because there are hardly 7 to 8 items. I can spend some 5 minutes of time. I can get my data populated. But technically, if you have something, say, near about 100 items to check in 1 lakh records, like take an example, I have got 100 material codes and I need to check in 1 lakh items in the stock statement. What is the stock of those items? If I need to do that, what I do, I'll just copy this data. I will go to my stock statement. Again, I'll go for Control F and I will paste that option there. And once I find out those line items, whatever the stock is there, that I will be populating. So this is how what when you go for 100 items, 100 times Control F is not possible. We cannot afford that much of time. And this is the place where we have to use our VLOOKUP formula. So how VLOOKUP works, let me take you through. Whatever the job we did it manually, the same thing Excel does with the help of VLOOKUP formula. See how. You can start working with me. Select all your range completely. Okay, is equal to VLOOKUP. When I go for this asks me lookup value. What is the meaning by lookup value? Lookup value is nothing but what we have with us to search. So we have Acer to search. That is what our lookup value. So what we have with us to search, we have gone for it, right? Comma. Now what it demands me, table array. Table array is nothing but where to search. So where I need to search, I need to search in this catalog, which is given by my vendor. All right. So when I go for this over here, then what it asks me, table array. You can notice one thing. When I go for lookup value, it gives me the entire cell border outline as blue color, and the same color font also it is getting applied to the lookup value. But when I go for table array, it has changed the color to maroon. And similarly, if you see the border area here also, it is applying the borders of that color. Okay. Why VLOOKUP is doing such kind of things? It's a simple thing to understand over here, people. Somebody has joined. Let me just make him in. Okay, so we'll go for is equal to VLOOKUP. Lookup value is this, comma, table array is this. All right. Now it is changing the font color. That's what we are discussing. Why? It is giving a simple message that whenever you go for your table array, you have to focus reading the data in this border area only. You should not go anywhere else to read your data. So why I need to read my data? Because my next input is asking column index number. So technically, whenever we read a table, how you read your table? Left to right or right to left? So we'll be reading from rate to brand or brand to rate. We'll be definitely reading from left to right only. So in this border area, what is my first column? Is the brand. What is the second column? Rate. So out of these two columns, which is already there with us, we have already brand with us. What we are looking for? We are looking for rate. Now rate is in which column? It's in the second column. So I should give 2, comma. Now, what kind of match I should do it? True, false, approximate match, exact match, range lookup, lot of things VLOOKUP is asking. So quite confusing. So what we have understood, we have to always go for 0. What is the meaning or significance by defining 0? 0 is nothing but to make it happen as one-to-one match or exact match. So what is the meaning by one-to-one match or exact match? Like see, if I see my brand is there, Acer, A-C-E-R, the spelling. If the same spelling data is there also, A-C-E-R, then only corresponding second column, whatever the data, it is going to be pull up. For that reason, 0. So 0 stands for one-to-one match or exact match. Now formula is ready. Only for a cell, need to apply for rest. Control Enter. But the problem is some cases you notice Dell, Samsung, Toshiba, it doesn't pick up the value. Is it not there in my vendor's catalog? All are there. Then why only specific those 3 cases? Reason we have seen in our day 1 also, day 2 as well. So if you look at the error, when you see what happens, along with my formula movement, my vendor's catalog is also moving. So this is the trouble. So this array should not move down. Similarly, when you go to Samsung, again, you notice the border area still further moving down. So how to rectify this, as we have discussed already? So which is creating a trouble? C3 to D13. It's creating a trouble. So what should be the treatment? No movement. For no movement, neither towards down nor towards right. What we should do? Anybody?
F4.
F4.
We
We need
have
to freeze
we
it
have
by F4.
discussed F4 three different types of locking system. F4 once, what it does?
Freeze particular cell. Like if we click near D13, it will freeze only D13.
Okay, so now if I go for F4 once over here, what is going to happen with this setup?
It will freeze the whole table,
Whole range.
whole
So
range. Yeah.
this is F4 once means no movement, neither towards down nor towards right, because column and row, both the things are locked. If I go for F4 twice, what is this setup about? Row is locked, column is free. So if I'm going to copy this data towards down, this is not going to move down. But when I copy the data towards right, the data movement will be happening towards right, because row movement is going to happen only row in a particular row. If you have got multiple cells in the same cells, only it is going to move. So in the row, the data will be there, but column will be changing. C to D, D to E, because column is free. Now, if I go for F4 thrice, what happens? What is the dollar symbol before column? Means column is locked. So C column will never go to D column. So C3 will never go to D3, but C3 will go to C4 since row is free. This is called column constant, column freeze, or column lock. Now again, this is going to a generic cell. So what we need to do? We need to go for F4 once, no movement. And that is what the rectification is needed. Formula is rectified only with one cell, but we need to apply for the range. Control Enter. And this is what we have got our VLOOKUP formula. So this is how people we have understood how to write our VLOOKUP formula, right? So hope this is refreshing your memory. Priyanka, you have forgotten, you told me. Now is it clear? Okay, so any doubts or
Because can
queries?
you
Yeah,
tell me one second? This
sorry.
freezing this cell? No, can you tell me once again that
Okay,
F4 you are using? No, I'm
right.
not getting that.
So what is the problem? What you are getting then?
I selected C3 and D3, D13. Uh, I applied
In the
F4.
formula. In the
Yeah,
formula.
yeah.
Okay. If you are pressing F4 and dollar symbols are not applying for your keyboard, function F4, Fn F4.
Yeah, I applied F4 key purpose once.
When you apply F4 key, what is the setup you are getting? Are you getting dollar C3, dollar D13?
Yeah, yeah. The dollar C3, again dollar 3 and colon dollar D13 like that.
No, that is what we are expecting. That's what we got it.
Okay, but still I'm getting that NA only here in the trade column.
Because you have not applied control enter, you would have gone to see. First, you select your entire range. How did I rectify the cells? You have
Okay,
selected your entire range, then open the formula, then you lock it. If you have already locked, you feel that it's visible, control enter.
okay, okay. Sorry, I didn't select that
Yeah,
row,
you
entire
missed
row.
out. Yeah, you missed out control enter. That's why it was not applying to the whole range. It was just getting applied only to the first cell.
Only yes. Now, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. That's fine. So I believe VLOOKUP is clear for everybody.
Yes.
Right. Any questions with regard to VLOOKUP?
I have one doubt. If
Please.
rate was if rate is rate is in second column, brand is first one and rate is second one. If it is in third column, there we will add 3 instead of 2 in formula, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, understood.
Right. Yes, people. Any other doubts or queries of VLOOKUP formula?
Prabhas, I have one doubt. Okay.
Please.
Now it is only just one column rate is mentioned. If it is, we have lot of like 30 rates. There will be a huge data. Okay. At a one time, like we need to do we look up. So how we can do?
No, no, no. 30 columns data you have or 30 rows data you have, you're meaning?
Both the thing, column as well as the row.
Mm-hmm.
If it is, I will give you one example. This is a attendance sheet.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of people like 500 employees data I have attendance and I need
Right.
to copy that data into other sheet with
Mhm.
employee code. So how we can do at a one time?
Okay.
We don't need to do we look up 30 times, right?
Obviously not. So
Yeah.
that we are going to discuss. That we are going to discuss. That's what, as I understood from your query, when your lookup value is matched, if you are looking for not a single column data, you are looking for multi-column data.
Yeah, right.
So if that is the case, then how to get that we are going to discuss. Don't worry.
Okay.
So we are in the level 1. What you're asking is the level 2 question. So level 2 will go. We'll discuss that. Don't worry. Okay. So level 1 about VLOOKUP, the basic understanding. Any doubt, any queries we are discussing right now about that. So any queries you have with regard to VLOOKUP, you ask me. All right.
Uh,
So I will, yes.
Prabhas, uh, that range lookup, the last option is there, no? After column index. Index number. Column index number is like the value where we are looking for. That value is which columns contains that value. So
Right.
that is a column index, right?
Right.
That range lookup means that applied zero. We applied zero because we need an exact match of that particular product. So the true false is there. Now, what is that means? True false.
See, that is quite confusing. Because of that reason only we have gone for 0. If you go for true false, I have to showcase one more example and you need to understand certain concepts. See, to make it precise, there are two things. One is 0, one is 1. Okay. 0 means your exact match.
Okay.
What is the meaning by exact match? Like whatever my lookup value is there over here, if the same value is there in the vendor's catalog, that is called one-to-one match.
Okay.
Okay. So why 0? Is that clear? Is this clear?
Yeah, zero clear.
Right. Now, the next question is over here. When I go for 1, where I can use 1, very rare case. 1 where you can use, I'll tell you, when you go for approximate match. What is the meaning by approximate match? It's not something like when I have got Acer, ACER, and in the other case, even though it is ACER is there or accelerate word is there or somewhere it is matching with first 2 to 3 characters, then it should get the value. This is what the people believe, but technically that is not true. That is not called approximate match. Approximate match is when your data falling in a range. Like say you have got a discount slab. If suppose somebody is purchasing 0 to 10, then no discount. If he's purchasing 10 to 20, then 5% discount. Like that, when you have the data in range, your discount slab, your incentive slab, your income tax calculation slab, whatever we have, that is called data in range. So when data is falling in a range, if it is not matching one to one, if it is falling in a range, we should go for approximate match. So that's called approximate when data falls in a range. And those special cases, you have to follow a rule. What the rule says? Your data must be sorted. If your data is sorted, then only you can apply approximate match. So what will be happening? If the data is matching one to one, it will be giving the result. Even though it is not matching one to one, it is falling in a range, it will be also giving the accurate result. Now take an example. If you are asking me, I'll take you through. one example. Okay. See. No, don't need to do anything. Just look at my screen, please. Suppose that these are my scores. I have taken some assessment and I have got some scores of my people. Okay. Now I want to just make a grading declaration. So which grade they are going to fall. So for grading purpose, we have got already certain thing, like if suppose somebody is scoring 0 to 25 or say 0 to 24. This is fail. If it is 25 to 50 or 49, you can say this is suppose say grade C. If it is 50 to 74, should be grade B. Suppose this is already declared. Okay. If it is more than 75 or more than equal to 75, you can say otherwise. Okay. Then it should be grade A. If that is the case, then which grading system this is going to fall? 65 if I'm talking about, which grading system it should fall?
It is a grade B.
Grade B. But if you go for VLOOKUP, do you think that you'll be getting the result? If I go for this VLOOKUP, taking this data over here, okay, and I'm taking this, locking the same, comma 2, comma 0, do you think that you'll be getting the result? Because nowhere it is matching exactly, correct?
Yes.
So in this place, what you do, technically what you do, anybody?
We write a if statement.
Right. We write a lengthy if statement. So we write multiple if formulas and we make a lengthy formula over here. This is what everybody suggests, or if you see our experts also, they will keep on ending right formula like this. Do you agree with that? Right. So in this case, instead of writing a lengthy if statement, what we can do, just see the result. If I go for over here, say, take an example over here, so go for 25, 50 and 75. So I'll be creating a matrix over here. I have created a matrix. Now see the result over here. If I'm looking for same VLOOKUP, taking this data and I'm going to look into this table array over here, I'll be locking the cell. Now which column I am looking for? The grading system is in 3. And what kind of match? If I go for 0, again I'm taking. What is happening? Only where it is matching exactly, I am getting the grade. And where the data is falling in a range, I am unable to get it. Do you see that? Is it clear?
Okay.
Yes.
Suresh, you
Yes,
have asked the
yes.
question. Are you
Yeah,
getting
yeah.
it? What I'm saying? Right.
Yes.
Now, how about the people, those who have not exactly scored with the exact match? If it is falling in a range, I need to get the grading, right? So for them,
Yes.
what I can do, instead of writing 0, I'll simply go for 1. So what will be happening with 1? Wherever it is matching with exact match, it will be giving the result. And even if it is not matching exactly, if it is falling in a range, it will still give the result. That is called approximate match. And the moment I hit Control Enter, can you see now? So this is called your approximate match when data falls in a range. But for that, the data has to be sorted. So you can see this is in a sorting order, starting from 0, ending up with 75. Now, if suppose somebody is going to score something exactly, say 75, this is going to give me the result, grade A, right?
Then whenever we are using this approximate, I mean one, then before we need to implement lookup, we need to sort the that table, right? Then only we
Yes,
can.
yes,
Okay.
you have to sort your data. That is necessary. And this kind of matrix you have to create.
Okay. And understand. Okay.
Yes. Okay. So now we are going to discuss the next lookup formula is called HLOOKUP, horizontal lookup. If your data is in horizontal format, then we cannot go for application of VLOOKUP. In that case, we have to use HLOOKUP. So HLOOKUP is nothing but horizontal lookup. So here, same data we have, you can notice, and this is suppose say the two row items you are looking at. This is given by our vendor. Consider this is our vendor's catalog. Okay. Now, over here below to that, we have got two row items where the first row is dealing with the brands, and against of that, the rates we need to populate by looking at our vendor's catalog. Now, if that is the case, then how to get our result? So in this case, we cannot go for application of VLOOKUP. We have to go for HLOOKUP. So 1 minute, just watch my screen. HLOOKUP. Rest of logics are same, like VLOOKUP, whatever the logic you have understood or the way you operate, it's the same logic works over here, but only in place of V, we have to go for H. Only in case of column index number, we have to go for row index number. This is the only change you have to do. So now what it is asking, lookup value. So as we discussed, what is the meaning by lookup value? Lookup value, what we have with us to search. We have got answer to search. Then what it demands me? Table array. Where is my table array? Table array is starting from brand, ending with our last row item. So when you know we need to copy this formula towards right, this range is going to move right. Obviously, this is what we have seen in the VLOOKUP case also. When you copy the formula down, the range was moving down. So when you know this problem is going to come, then why don't you rectify the formula in the designing mode itself? What you're supposed to do? By hitting F4 once, no movement, neither towards down nor towards right, comma. Then it is asking row index number. VLOOKUP was asking column index number. So as I told you how to compute, how to calculate row index number, you can see in this border area, table array, how many row items we have? 2. How you read your data, top to bottom. What is the first row? Brand. What is the second one? Rate. Out of that 2 row items, which is already there with us, we have got brand already with us. What we are looking for? We are looking for rate. Rate is in which row item? It's in the second. That's why your row index number is nothing but 2. Then comma. Same thing as VLOOKUP was asking. So as I told you, VLOOKUP, how it ends up with? It ends up with 0. That is for one-to-one match or exact match. Formula is ready. Only with one cell need to apply for rest. As we discussed, what should be the shortcut? Anybody?
Control enter.
Control enter. You got your data. So this is how people we have understood how to apply our HLOOKUP. So please go and apply the same. Any difficulties in understanding, do let me know. Or if you have any question, please feel free to ask.
Prabhas, one doubt, Prabhas.
Yep.
That D22, I mean, the lookup value you applied, no? But actually here the first brand is the Acer only is there. But Acer is a value in it is reported in I column only now. So that's D22. How it came to that D22? Can you tell me?
Yeah, look, what is the meaning by lookup value?
I'm looking for the rate of the product.
No, 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 no. Lookup value. See, my first question is the moment you go for H lookup over here,
Yes,
what it demands me?
lookup value.
What is the meaning by lookup value?
I mean, I'm looking for the Acer brand value. That's
Which is, sir?
D22.
That's what we taken. D22 only. So we have taken D22. So lookup value is what you have with you to search. You should not take the vendors over here, Acer over here. Vendor, that is vendors data, right?
Okay, okay, okay.
So what I
So,
have with me only I can take it for search, right?
so I have only brand of Acer, so I need to know the Acer brand. So I need to
Yeah,
select Acer.
yeah. From here only I have to take. So we have taken
Okay,
that only D22.
sure. Okay, Pranav.
Right. No problem. So H lookup. Any doubt? Any queries, people? Anybody?
One minute, Prabhas, doing it. So I want
Yeah,
to.
yeah, yeah. No problem. No problem.
I'm done, Prabhas.
Okay. Now, considering that everybody is clear with our VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP basics, and now we are going to take our discussion one level up. Can I?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Prabhas.
Great.
Yes,
Great.
Prabhas.
Now, one thing people remember, the moment you want to go for application of VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP, you need to satisfy three rules. Very, very essential. Please stay focused. What are those rules? Rule says that when you talk about VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP, the rule says that first rule of VLOOKUP, it says that the data has to be in vertical format. Then only it will help you for application. What does it mean? Like you have the data vendors catalog in vertical format, and I am also looking for my data populated in the vertical format only. So VLOOKUP is ready to apply. Now HLOOKUP says that the data has to be in horizontal format. Then only I can help you. Like what does it mean? If you look at our HLOOKUP case, our data is in horizontal format over here, and we are also looking for the data in horizontal format. That's why we are able to apply HLOOKUP. Rule number 2 of VLOOKUP, what it says that the data when you are looking for in the vendor's catalog or the master data, there should not be any duplicate. Like we see in our case, vendor's catalog, the master data should not contain any duplicates. Like what? See, if you look at our case, the moment my vendor has given the data in brand column, there should not be any duplicate. If at all duplicate is there, VLOOKUP will pick the first value because VLOOKUP works only with the unique data entry. So whatever it comes in the range in the beginning or in the first step, it considers that is the original value or unique value. Rest of the data it considers as a duplicate. So in my master data, brand column should not contain any duplicate. Rate may be duplicate, no problem. In my data, brand column may be duplicate, no problem. But master data, brand column should not contain any duplicate. So this is called our rule number 2 over here. The same rule goes for our HLOOKUP also. There should not be any duplicate in the master data. So this is how the moment you go for this, our rule number 2 is also essential to satisfy our VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP. Rule number 3. VLOOKUP says that the data flow has to be always left to right. What does it mean by left to right flow of data? See, when I ask my vendor, suppose he has given the data in this format, VLOOKUP will not work. VLOOKUP cannot read the data from right to left. So that's why the vendor cannot give me the data like this. But it's not necessary that red column has to be there with immediate right to the brand column. It can be like this also, no problem. But red column has to be always after the brand column only. Okay. Now over here, when I select the data, I will be selecting like this. I cannot go and select by holding the control button like this. I cannot do that. Okay. So this is called our rule number 3. The data flow has to be always left to right over there in our VLOOKUP. Similarly, the moment you go for HLOOKUP, it says that the data flow has to be always top to bottom. What is the meaning by top to bottom? Let's go and discuss over here. Like see, the moment we go for our data, in HLOOKUP case, we have got 2 row items. This is my vendor's catalog. Now suppose say my vendor has given a mistake or he has done some mistake while giving me the data like this. So my HLOOKUP cannot read the data from bottom to top. It cannot read the data and HLOOKUP will not work. So this is called our HLOOKUP purpose. The third rule, the data flow has to be always top to bottom. So these are the 3 essential rules, people. Always keep in your mind. Whenever you believe that your VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP is not working because of one of the reasons, maybe one of the rules may not satisfy over here. So I believe all these rules are clear. Any doubt, any queries in the rules? All right, so now let us go for our next sheet is called advanced lookup. So let me take you through the data what we have with us and let's connect with that and then we'll see the objective what we need to do and then we start working with it. Now suppose I take an example. My boss asked me, Prabhas, get me the entire employee related records. So I gave a respective T code in my SAP system and I downloaded data and it comes near about 10,000 records in this format. So what is the 10,000 records in that format? Like we have got employee ID, the name of the person, the department they belong to, the position they hold, and the salary they draw. Complete picture is there. Like this 10,000 records, entries, details are there in a report. Okay. Now, looking at the same, my boss is saying, Prabhas, this data is of no use for me. You keep it with you. I don't want. Just do one thing for me. Create a template for me in such a way, whenever I go and type any of the employee ID, the corresponding details should be immediately available. Like say, for example, if my boss wants to type a data employee ID called 004. Now look at our data, the data what we have downloaded. Who is that person? Employee ID 004. Who is that? What is that name of that employee?
Mr. D.
Mr. D should be there over here. What's his department? Legal should be over here. What's his role? Manager should come over here. How much is the salary? 2000 should come over here. So this is what he's expecting from me, that I should create a template for him in such a way. Whenever he goes and types any of the employee ID, the details should be available. So what we should do in that case, people? Anybody? These are the real-time situations. In our routine activities, we need all these things and we deal also. So you can give me your best opinion on this. What can be done?
Yeah, apply VLOOKUP to the employee ID.
Yeah.
We'll get all the four values.
Okay. So if I go for application of VLOOKUP, as you were saying, so let me go through that first. Equal to VLOOKUP. I have gone. Then it demands me lookup value.
Yeah.
So
Then
lookup.
the cell reference.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now when I copy this formula towards right, this cell should not move right.
Yeah.
A11 should not
A11.
move.
A should only be blocked. A, column A.
Okay,
Yeah.
I did right.
Then select the range.
Okay, I selected all these things.
Comma.
Then this range should not move
Should be
down.
blocked.
Right.
Should be
Yes.
blocked. Yeah. Comma.
Yes.
Column.
So what is that?
Column. I will give here column value. Column. Value as automatically it will come. You just give type in a column. COLUMN.
Okay. Okay. COLUMN. Okay.
Yeah. Bracket. Close bracket. Comma 0.
Okay. Comma 0.
Yeah.
For exact match.
It will do the rest.
Result for
I
me.
will.
Yes, that's a good one. So in this case, what we do over here, let's have an understanding. So first of all, in this kind of cases, when you need to create this kind of templates, what is the first thing we need to understand? Should I go for VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP? Because I have given a formula name called lookup, and since we are in the flow of our VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP, but how do I consider that I should go for VLOOKUP over here? Again, the rules, as I told you, this is very, very essential. If I want to go for VLOOKUP, data should be vertical. If I would like to go for horizontal lookup purpose, HLOOKUP should be necessary. So here, our lookup value employee ID in master data is there in a column in a vertical format, and even in this template also, if I'm going to type the employee IDs, I'll be typing in a column only. I cannot type the data over here employee IDs in this format, right? So this is the reason why I have to go for VLOOKUP. But the problem is here what we do, since we need 4 different columns data, we keep on typing the VLOOKUP formula 4 different multiple times, which is really a time consuming job. So instead of doing that, how to get the entire answer at once? Let's go and discuss. So first of all, if you look at in our master data, how many columns are there? 1,
5.
2, 3, 4, 5. Now, if I'm looking for name in master data, name is in which column?
Second.
Second. Department?
Third.
Position?
Fourth.
And salary is fifth. Right. So basically, if you look at 2, 3, 4, 5 should be my column index number. Do you agree?
Yes.
If I'm going for application of VLOOKUP formula, my column index number is supposed to be 2, 3, 4, 5. And is it a sequence? Is it a order? Is it a chronological order? 2, 3, 4, 5. This is nothing to do with our formula. This is for the understanding. I'm creating all these things because we are working in a template. We should not create this kind of helper cells over here. This is for your understanding. I'm creating 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it a sequence?
Yes.
Is it an order?
Yeah.
So definitely yes. 2, 3, 4, 5 is an order. So when you have the data in a sequence, or if it is in an order, and if you are also looking for the data in the same order, then what you need to do is you should go for your VLOOKUP formula. As we develop the practice, we have selected the entire row over here. Then it asks me lookup value. So as I told you, lookup value, what does it mean? This is what the data. And here, the formula itself, when you are creating, make your formula efficient enough in such a way that whatever the situation, it should be ready enough to get the answer. Like say, take an example. If my boss wants my further employee IDs details, he will keep on typing A12, A13, A14, he will be keep on typing, correct? So when he drags the formula towards down, A11 should move to A12, A13, A14. But when I copy this formula towards right, A11 should not move to B11. So when you see only one movement is happening within a column, data should move, but there should not be any row movement. Okay. So for that reason, we make it as column lock. And to make a cell as column lock, F4 three times. We already discussed in our dead diff formula, isn't it? In day two, so same thing we did. Now, table array, where to search our master data? Where is the master data? Master data is over here. Now this range should not move down or move right. So no movement. So we should lock it. F4 once. So $2 symbols will be applied, one before column making column lock, second one making row lock. Okay, comma. Now this is asking column index number. So column index number we need 2, 3, 4, 5. But we cannot give it together over here. And neither we could go to each and every cell and edit the formula. That's what Excel never recommends even. So if you remember, in our day one, we discussed about the first example called business maths. And there we discussed small and large formula. There was also need of 1, 2, 3 called K constant or K ranking purpose. And what is the formula we used? We used the row formula because our data we were looking for in multiple rows. But here our data we are looking for in multiple columns. So instead of using row formula, we'll be using a column formula. Like row formula gives me a row number as the answer. Column formula is going to give me a column number as the answer. Now column number, which column we are trying to type the formula? If you look at this particular name is in which column? It's in column B. We are trying to type the formula in column B, right? But B is an alphabet. Technically, if you count, what is the number B is going to return? It's 2. My column formula is going to give me the 2 answer. Let's see if my column formula is giving me the answer as 2. Yes. And is it the same number we were expecting as we this moment we started the discussion? Correct. So our column formula is giving me the desired output, and this is going to be my column index number for VLOOKUP formula. And now when I go for completing my VLOOKUP, how it ends up with, as we discussed, ends up with exact match. Formula is ready only for a cell, but we need to apply for rest. Control enter, and we got the records. So even though we have got multiple column entries, once the lookup value is matched and we got our answer. So this is how people, whenever there is a need, if you have got multiple column values to be fetched, depending upon the lookup value, you should go for VLOOKUP with column combination. Give it a try. Any difficulties, do let me know.
Pravas,
Yep.
how do you check that column number inside the formula
Yeah.
just now?
You have to any formula, if you want to check a segment, whether that
Yeah.
segment is giving me the right answer or not, you got to
Yeah.
select like this and
Okay.
press F9.
F9. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
So any doubt, any queries in the scenario one, people, what we discussed?
Prabhas, I have one doubt.
Yeah.
That we are locking the cell, right? That A11 we have locked in different format, and the column in table array we locked in F4 once. This one is we pressed it 3 times F4. So how the difference? I mean, what is the difference? How we need to identify?
See, Suresh, that's what I told you time and again. Please practice well. This is what we have discussed in the day one and day two as well. And I have requested several times. I don't mind doing that right now, but the thing is, it is going to waste our time. No problem. If you remember, did the formula. Here, if I go for the date formula, if I go for my date of joining, I'm not doing any kind of locking. I'm directly taking the formula. Just watch. And if I go for this, formula is ready. But when I go for control enter, what is happening? Except the first case, rest of the cases, it is not coming up the result. Why? If you go back to the formula and check over here, what is happening? My start date is moving down. Can you see C6? It is moving to C7. Can you see that movement?
Yeah.
C6 is it's moving to C7, correct?
Yes, sir.
But what is happening? My Excel operator, which is actually technically in D4, that is also moving to D5. Can you see that?
Yes.
This is the problem why I'm getting this kind of error. So what we used to do over there, or what we do in that case, going to D4, we lock only D4. This is called
Okay.
F4 once.
Okay.
What does it mean?
We are locking that cell alone, D4.
No, no. D4, if you see, there are $2 symbols.
Yes, Prabhu.
One is before D. What does it mean when it is before D? When it is
Sorry,
before
Prabhu.
D, when it is before D, D is locked. D is the column.
Okay.
So in D4, D is the column. And what is 4? 4 is the row.
Row.
So in a cell itself, your column is locked and your row is locked. Ultimately, cell is locked. So neither D will move to E, neither 4 will move to 5. No movement is going to happen. That's called
Okay.
your cell constant or cell freeze or cell lock. Is it clear?
Yes, Prabhu.
Okay. Now, if I need to do the same, what is going to happen? I have to do it with 3 individual columns, 3 different times. Correct?
Yes.
So that is what, instead of doing it for 3 different times, what we did there the other day, we gone for is equal to date diff, taking the date of joining. So this data, when I copy the formula towards down, C6 should move to C7, C8, C9, C10, and so on. Do you agree with that movement?
Yes, Prabhu.
Because which one sounds common when you see the C6, C7, C8, C9, C10? Which one sounds common?
I mean, C columns we need to,
Yeah.
the entire column. We need to lock.
Right. Why I need to go for only the column to lock? Because I need to copy the formula towards the right. So when I copy the formula towards right, C6 should not move to D6. Do you agree?
Yes.
But when I copy the formula down, C6 should be moving to C7. So for that reason, instead of locking your cell over here, we'll be locking the column only. And to lock the column only, F4 3 times. So there will be only $1 symbol before column and making your column lock over here. So column C will be locked, but 4 will be free. So that is called our C6 over here. So 6 will be free, but C will be locked. So this is called column constant. Is it clear?
Yeah, I understand.
Now today formula, and when I go for this comma over here, I'll be taking this D4. But when I go to D4, this formula, when I copy this towards down, D4 should not move down, correct?
Yes.
But when I copy the formula towards right, D4 should go to E4, E4 should go to F4. So D4, E4, F4, which one is common?
D4.
No, no. When you see the movement, when I copy this formula towards right, D4, E4, F4, which one is common?
4.
So what is 4? 4 is the row. So our
Yeah.
row should be the same, but column will be changing. Okay.
Yes.
So if you
Yes.
see the movement, everything is happening only in one row only, right?
Yes. Yes.
So we have to lock the row, but column we have to make it free. So to lock a row, F4 twice. So when dollar symbol appears before row number, row will be
Okay.
locked.
That
But
exactly one row only we need to lock. So before that, it is okay.
so again, I'm saying do not do the same mistake. Please practice well, because again, things will be lacking with if you do not practice, and you will be the same back to square one where you were. So entire training, whatever you have taken, this will be of waste of time. So please make use of time and practice well. Hope this is clear, Suresh, now what we
Yes, sir.
discussed.
Yes, Professor. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Professor.
All right. So I believe everybody is clear with our scenario one, what we created. All right. Now, let us consider the same situation for one more time. Let us analyze the same situation for one more time. Please stay focused. Now, suppose say this is what our friend, say Rupali, she has sent it across to our friend Chandrasekhar. So I'm taking two names, Rupali and Chandrasekhar. Is there any problem?
No, Prabhas.
Okay.
No, Prabhas.
Thank you so much. So Rupali is sending the same, but can Rupali send having a sample data like this in a template? Definitely not. So template should always remain blank. Now, when Rupali deletes the employee ID, what happens? The entire formula is in trouble. And why it is in trouble? And what kind of error it is throwing? Hash NA. And what is the symbol? What is the significance of hash NA? Because of data absence. So formula is there. Since my data is not there, my formula is giving this kind of error. And I cannot have a errors in place in the template and I can send it across. So Rupali cannot send the data in this format also. So in this case, my friends, how to create our template in such a way, unless and until there is no data, formula should remain silent and it should not be giving any kind of error. So to handle all these kind of formula driven errors, what can be done? If you remember, in our day 2, we discussed about text driven errors in data clean 1, like hash nil or hash reference, hash division, hash NA, all this kind of text driven errors. If you have how to deal with the same, we have discussed the other day. But today we have got formula driven errors. So in that case, my friends, what you need to do is you have to go for over here. Before we look up, you need to type one more formula called if error. So let me take you through what is if error actually. So in the first case, what if error is going to do over here, we'll discuss first. How it works, what is the formula operates, I'll tell you. The moment you go for our formula over here, in the initial state, our VLOOKUP formula will be processed by Excel. This is step 1. VLOOKUP formula will be processed in the step 1. And if at all VLOOKUP formula returns the answer as an error, then if error will be applied. Step 2. When we have already declared if error to be applied, then for those errors purpose, what should be the replacement? That also we need to define. So in this case, what we can do is over here, I will take you through. Okay. So we have gone for our if error. Okay. Now at the end of VLOOKUP formula, I will go and type anything I want. Nil, not available, hyphen, dash, slash, anything. I must type within 2 double inverted quotes. But since this is a template, what is the ideal way to define a blank? And to make a blank cell, I told you in day one itself, two immediate double inverted quotes. It is nothing but to define as a blank cell. And this is what, when you apply this kind of formula over there, we have applied to a cell, but we need to apply for the entire range. What is the shortcut? Control Enter. And when you go for Control Enter, can you see? We got the result. As long as there is no data, my formula is remaining silent. So tomorrow, when I go and copy this over here, any of the employee ID, suppose say for the time being, I'm taking a copy of that, and the moment I enter it, it comes, it populates, it shows the results. So this is how, what we have understood. If error is the formula, can be combined with any formula and handle the formula driven errors. And these things are necessary whenever you go on creating any kind of dashboards, templates, summary reports, tabular reports, you have to create your formula like this. So please go for this. Any doubt, any queries, you can ask me over here.
Prabhas, one more thing
Yep.
here.
Yeah, please ask.
How you managed to paste the formula as just in the cell?
Right, you can go and check with any formula. You select the formula, copy that, and the moment go for escape. Once you copy, then go for escape. Go to the destination cell wherever you want to paste. But before pasting, hit the spacebar one time and paste it.
There's the space only you're supposed to paste it. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I thought you were using some shortcut keys in that.
No, no, no. Same thing I'm doing.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
राजेश जी समझ में आ रहा है आपको जो फॉर्मूला हम बात कर रहे हैं डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
ओके ग्रेट सुरेश इज इट क्लियर
Doing
yeah you do it but the concept hope you have understood why we have gone for if error
yes, yes.
okay once it is done please confirm me with the chat message y for yes or d for done I got a confirmation from Patanjali okay Shuman also done very good Suresh also done how about others people Okay. Fine then. Let us go and analyze the same situation for one more time. Please stay focused with my storyline. Now suppose say this is what our friend Rupali has presented the template, and definitely she cannot have the template like this, and as we discussed we can delete the employee ID alone, but the formula will remain intact over here. This is there, we have checked. Fine. Now suppose say when the moment our friend Rupali has sent same to Chandrasekhar, Chandrasekhar is just typing the data in this format. Suppose say take an example like this, and the moment he hits enter, formula is not working, it's not giving the result. Now he got panic and he asked to Rupali, Rupali, what kind of template you have created? It is not working. Now Rupali has no idea where thing has gone wrong because she had checked twice before sending the file to Chandrasekhar. Now unless and until Rupali comes out of her sheet and she is looking at the monitor of Chandrasekhar, she will not be having any idea where the thing it has gone wrong. Now, when she comes to the cabin of our Chandrasekhar, and over here, when she is watching the monitor, there she understands the data is not properly typed. So a hyphen is missing. That's why it's not having the one-to-one match and it's not giving the result. Now, she can tell all these things to Chandrasekhar about that. But the thing is, when our friend Rupali sees leaving her seat, she is coming to explain about all these errors to Chandrasekhar's cabin, whose premium time is being wasted. Yes, people, as an audience.
Yeah, Prabhas.
Of course, it's the time of Rupali.
Mm.
And of course, it's the time Chandrasekhar because he did not type it properly, then he's not able to execute the formulas. So in this case, what you have understood from the moral of the story, that never ever leave the options to the user to type the data in case of a template. The more the options you give it open, the more the errors is going to come. So to prevent the errors to happen, the better way, give a privilege to the user to select from a drop-down, rather giving a options to type the data. So now in this case, what Rupali can do, she can create a drop-down for Chandrasekhar. So how to create a drop-down? By keeping the cursor in A11, going to data, there is an option over here next to text to column. It's called data validation. So when I go for my data menu, data validation, if I go and click on the same inside, I'll be getting data validation. And there it asks me to a dialog box where the first tab is dealing with the settings. And when I go for my settings tab over here, this allows me like validation criteria allow any value. So I don't want to people to type any value. I want to create a list. So for that reason, I need to go for the drop down. And there I need to go for list option over here. And when I go for list over here, this demands me where is the data source to create a drop down. Where is the data source? So the data source is nothing but my employee ID details. So when I go for my employee ID details to select from this and click OK, with immediate effect, a drop down is going to be created. And once the drop down is created, Chandrasekhar's job is more easy now. So he can just simply click on the drop down and select any of the employee IDs he wants, ID 004. He clicks and got the data. So can you see now how the things have become more dynamic? So this is how whenever there is a template you created, create a drop down and make your necessary formulas ready. And people will love to see such kind of template to work with. And how to create a drop down? Going to data, data validation over here. So please give it a try and let me know any difficulties.
Prabhas.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you show me once again? I missed out that part.
Which one?
This data validation.
Yeah. So have you kept your cursor in A11?
Okay.
Now can you see my screen, the path in the data menu? Next to text to column, a small tab is there option.
Yeah, yeah.
And
After
within
that,
that, data validation. Then you'll be getting the your dialog box like this, where you have to choose the validation criteria. Allow there is a drop down. And if you go to the drop down, there is an option called list. Able to see list option is there. Yes, no.
yes.
Right. Now, once you click list, can you see a source box is opened exactly below to that?
Yes.
And source box, keep your cursor and define the range from our master data A3 to A7.
Okay.
Then you click OK, your drop down will be ready. This is how people we have understood our scenario one, that when you have the data in sequence, how to get your VLOOKUP executed for multiple columns once your lookup value is matched by VLOOKUP with column combination. If at all VLOOKUP returns the answer as an error, IFERROR formula can be combined with any formula and you can handle your formula driven errors. And then you can connect your formula to a drop-down list by creating through data validation, and you can make your formula more dynamic. So this is what the outcome of our scenario one. Now we'll be proceeding to our scenario two. So here same master data only we need to consider, but now the situation is we have got another employee ID details to search, ID 003. So how to get that? What should be the formula? Same situation, only thing is ID is changing. So can somebody guide me how to create the formula?
In this case, we can use the same formula, right, Prabhas? What
Yep.
we have used the scenario one.
Same thing. Only thing is we are going to change the lookup value. That will make it column lock. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm doing it. Table array. So table array, this is my master data, complete data. I should take it. And what should be the treatment? Should be logged again.
Yes.
Now, when I go for this over here, I'll go for my column formula. Since my data is in sequence, here also name, department, position, salary. Here also name, department, position, salary. Comma.
Plus some number you have to give here, right?
Right, we'll see that. So now we'll go for 0 for exact match. But the moment I go for this, my formula is giving some error. Why? But this error is something different. So it is no more showing hash NA, it is showing hash reference. So the error itself, it is having the answer. Reference error, what does it mean? It is showing that everything is perfect. Only thing is it is unable to refer the particular column which you are looking for. So why it is unable to refer? Let's have a discussion. The moment we go for column formula, I told you, what does it mean? Column formula always returns the column number as the answer. Now, which column we are trying to type the formula? You can see the front
H.
column headers.
H column.
Yeah, H. H is what is the number of H?
8.
So my column formula is going to return me the answer as 8. Let me show you. Yes. But in our master data, name is in which column?
Second column.
So I am getting 8, but I am looking for 2. Basic
Minus
mathematics.
6. Minus
So,
6.
yeah. So that is what we need to do, minus 6. So minus 6, what will do? 8 minus 6, it will generate 2 automatically. So H is our 8. Now when my formula is going to change to the towards right, H will turn into I will become 9. 9 minus 6 become 3 automatically. So 2, 3, 4, 5. Ultimately, again, we are going to achieve by simply using the column formula. So formula is ready only for a cell, need to apply for rest. Control enter. Now you see 2 minutes back, it was not able, you were unable to give the answer, but when you change slightly, tweak the number of column, we got the answer. So this is how, whenever you apply your VLOOKUP formula between two different workbook or two different Excel files or two different Excel sheets, then though your data is in sequence, depending upon the situation or column, little bit we need to adjust it. So that's called your column adjustment little bit. But again, the data should be in sequence. Then only you can use this formula VLOOKUP with column combination. Please give it a try. Any difficulties, do let me know.
Navas, I have a query here.
Yeah, please ask.
See, unlike the previous one, where we have given if error to come out with the, in absence of a thing, the error has been moved to space or blank cells, right? In
Right,
this case, reference is also an error, right?
right.
By mistakenly, if I'm applying if error in this case, my error will not show, but it still show a value. Suppose in this case, -6 will not be there in the column formula. I just put column as my reference in the formula, and it will show reference without if error, right?
Right.
If I apply if error,
Hmm.
in this case with reference, it is showing a 0. Then how would I know is there a mistake there in this case?
Of course, see, the moment you see the answer itself, it is showing. The moment we go for this formula over here, if I did not give anything, see,
Mm-hmm.
the moment I go for if error, what is the replacement I'm giving? Suppose they're not available or anything, I'm just typing like NA. Okay. So I'm just type like this, control enter. So I'm getting NA. Because if I'm giving error, if error formula, I should complete with proper answer, correct?
Yeah.
So you have not given that. This portion you have not given. You have just completed with only VLOOKUP formula. You have, though you have typed if error, but you have not given anything as an output for if error.
No, I've given as a 0. It's coming as a 0. I've
Right.
given.
Whatever if you have given well and good. So that's what I'm also coming to that only. Since I have given NA, it means
Yeah.
that it is showing the error. So here, if I'm giving NA means what is that? If any error comes, so it is handling the errors. It is not handling the data output. It is handling the error. So if error is there, then only it is going to handle that error. But it doesn't know the error is because of data absence or because of format incompatibility or it's because of case sensitivity. If error
Yeah.
doesn't know that. So that's the reason why we have to be careful while writing our formula. If my formula is not referring to the proper column, then if error is nothing to do with that. If error
Yeah.
is completely blind, dumb, diff. It is
Yes,
the
sir.
only job. If at all error is there, I am there to handle. So that error, why it is coming up, we have to be careful for that. So that's why I did not take the if error formula initial phase. I just typed it only the VLOOKUP formula. So VLOOKUP returns the error. What
Yeah.
type of error? Hash reference. And that's the reason why I have shared those the different types of errors in the group also. You would have seen
Yeah.
the other
Yeah. Yeah.
for the better understanding.
So it's better to write the formulas first and incorporate if error later if required. In
Absolutely.
that case.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, people, I believe, okay, Patanjali is saying, can we use match function rather than column? Yeah, Patanjali, you can match, but this situation, when you go for a match formula will be lengthy. And we are in the day one itself, we are in the objective, how to keep our formula length minimum, how to keep our file size in the reduced fashion. Because the more the formula length, file size will be more. And data execution also will be late. So we have to make all these things in the beginning itself, make it clear. So formula length should be minimum. But yes, to answer your question, you can use match function, but that is not needed over here. All right. So I believe people scenario 2 is clear for everyone. Any questions from anybody?
Prabhas,
Yeah.
what is the reason of adding -6 in
Okay.
column -6?
Okay. Now, if you are looking for name, okay,
Hmm. Hmm.
name is in which column in the master data?
Second column.
Second column. So if I'm looking for VLOOKUP, VLOOKUP should return the answer me 2, correct? The column
Yes.
index number. But if I go for my column formula in this column, okay, which column I am operating?
H column.
H, what is the number?
8.
Getting 8.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
our column formula is giving us 8, but we are looking for 2 since my master data name is in second column. That's why we have gone for column -6. And when I go for application of the same for rest, same 2, 3, 4, 5, as we discussed the previous case, we are going to get it over here.
Okay. Understood.
Yeah. Yes, people. So we believe that scenario 2 is clear for everyone. Shall we proceed to scenario 3?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, Ross.
Now, once we go for our scenario 3, please have a look on the screen, understand what is the requirement, then we proceed with the answer. See, same situation, same master data only, but right now the ID changing to 005, but now the situation is completely different. We are no more looking for the name. First, we are looking for department, then salary, then name, then position. If that is the case, then how to deal with? So here, if I'm looking for same VLOOKUP in my master data, if you look at department, which column it is? If I'm looking for department in my master data, in which column it is?
Third column.
Third column,
Third.
correct? So my department, if I'm looking for, it should be 3. Salary should be 5. Name should be 2. Position should be over here 4. Do you agree with that? This is supposed to be my column index number.
Yes.
Now, the first question, 3524, what we have created, is it a sequence? Is it a order or is it a chronological order?
No.
No.
So first option itself, it shows that the data is not in a sequence. So VLOOKUP with column combination is ruled out. See how to take a call of the formula. What should be my formula? Whatever we have learned based on that only. The approach is looking at the same since the data is not in sequence. VLOOKUP with column combination is ruled out. Option number 2. Can we do the cut paste work? Can we do the cut paste work of resizing the columns and putting it in a sequence?
Yes, it can be done, but it's time consuming again.
That can be done. But technically, do you feel that that's a good idea? That
No.
should be a nice approach.
No, it's not a good idea.
Definitely. Since this is hardly of maximum 3 to 4 columns for the timing to adjust, we can do some ready-made solutions like this. But technically, if you think about it, when you download the data from SAP or ERP system, there would be 60 to 70 fields would be there. And if you need to adjust 13 to 15 columns while doing the cut paste work, somewhere you will be lost. Trust me, this happens. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So option 2 is also ruled out. cut paste work is also ruled out. Option 3. Do you think that VLOOKUP has the power to get the column index number in this format automatically? Not at all. That's the case why we are depending upon VLOOKUP with column in the previous case. If that is the case, then VLOOKUP would have solved our problem. But VLOOKUP doesn't have the power to make the column index number dynamic. So now we do not have any other option. So let's go and explore how to add some more power to our VLOOKUP formula. What should be that additional power? Let's go and discuss first. So kindly start working with me. Keep your cursor 3 to 4 rows down and type a cell naming called Jan and drag it down up to December.
Okay.
Now, once your data is ready in this highlighted block, how many cells we have? If I ask you the question, please look at my screen. No need to do anything over here.
Well,
Total 12. If I ask you out of the 12 cells, what is the position of May?
Fifth.
How did you come to know about this? Because we started counting Jan as 1, Feb as 2. Like that, the moment I reached to May, I got the answer as 5. This is what we did it manually. Now the same thing when I would like to do it in Microsoft Excel, what Excel is going to do, I will take you through. Don't do anything, just watch my screen, understand the concept. Next 1 minute, I'll be giving time to try with. Excel will be using a formula called match and match formula. Now focus with what it demands me, lookup value. If you remember, VLOOKUP also asks us lookup value, HLOOKUP also asks for lookup value. Do you agree with me?
yeah.
So lookup value, we have understood what we have with us to search. So we have got May month to search. Okay. Now what it demands me. Yes,
Array.
people. Read it properly, please.
Lookup array.
Lookup array. If you remember what VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP was asking,
Table array.
table array. There is a difference. So we need to understand. Very thin line. When any formula demands me table array or array, it is nothing but the combination of your rows and columns. Combination of rows and columns. That's called table array. But when you look at your match formula, this demands me lookup array. Lookup array is nothing but it can be a complete column or it can be a complete row. It cannot be both. So since our data is there in one particular column, this should be our lookup array. Okay. So what is lookup array? We are clear. What is table array? We have understood. Comma. What kind of match we should take it? As we have been following for VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, what is that? We end up with
Zero exact.
Exact match.
0 for exact match. Now, once we go for this, this is going to give me the result. So now you can see what match formula does over here. Match formula always takes the cell value as an input and it finds out the cell location or cell position as the answer. Now you see, if I go on May to change to September, what should be the answer? Should be 9.
9.
9.
If I go for December,
12.
if I go for Feb, it's 2. If I go for May, this is going to give me 5. So this is what basically our match formula. So please give it a try. Any difficulties in understanding of match formula? Do let me know.
Well, here it is only a position ID is referred here, right? May belongs to the 5th position it is shows.
Right,
Right?
right.
Okay. Okay.
Hope match is clear. Any difficulties in understanding match for anybody?
We can give horizontal also, right? This is a vertical
Yes.
thing we have taken. Similarly, we
Yes.
can take horizontal also, right?
Bilkul. You can. That's called lookup array. It can be a vertical, it can be a horizontal, but cannot be both. All right. So friends, now just remember one thing for the time being. Match formula always returns a number as the answer. Just remember this much. Okay. Now, if you look at in the previous case, what we are discussing 3, 5, 2, 4, we are also looking for that. And these are these numbers 3, 5, 2, 4 are these numbers, right?
Yes.
So now, since these are my column index number we discussed, this is what we are going to generate by using the match formula. So how it works, how it going to generate, let's discuss. So first 1 minute, watch my screen and observe what I'm doing, understand the concept. Then we go and start working with your screen also. So I'll be taking a formula over here, naming called equal to VLOOKUP. Lookup value is my employee ID. Do you agree? I consider one by one. Confirm, please. Lookup
Yes.
value
Yes.
is G11. What should be the treatment? As we discussed, make your formula efficient all the time in such a way, whichever the situation it should handle. So we made it column lock, no problem. Table array, where is my data? Table array is my master data. And where is my table array? So table array is from this point to this point completely. Should I log this completely? Yes, F4 once. You can see on my formula bar also, the formula is visible, correct? Now, coming back to over here, it demands me table array done. What is the next thing it is asking? Column index number. So we are looking for 3, 5, 2, 4. And since it is not a sequence, we cannot define column formula. And since we know a formula called match is also giving a number, we'll go and start with match formula. Now give your entire focus to match formula. What it demands me? Lookup value. Now you tell me, what is my lookup value?
Heading of table.
Department heading.
The ID,
Are you sure?
the heading, yeah, department.
Heading.
Lookup value is our employee ID. Lookup value is employee ID, but technically that we have already given to VLOOKUP. Do you agree with me? So we have nothing. Technically, if you want to check, there is nothing as a lookup value, but we have got something to define as a lookup value is taking the department header as a lookup value, comma, it is asking me lookup array. I told you lookup array. What does it mean? Can be a complete column or a complete row. So if I go back to my master data, where is my headers arranged? In the first row. So can I go and search in this array?
Yes.
Headers. I can search in the heading only, right? Now in this green color border area, how many cells are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So when I go for my array, this array should not move down or move right. So what should be the treatment? Should be locked. Now match formula, how it ends up with, as we discussed, should be with exact match. That for that 0. Now take an example. Taking department from this, when I go for this match formula over here, how many cells are there in this array? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So match will be returning department as third position. So match will be returning the answer as 3. Let's check whether match is giving me 3. Yes, I'm getting that. And this is the same thing what we are expecting earlier. Do you agree with me? Right? Now my match formula is giving the result properly. No issues. Comma. Since we are working with VLOOKUP, how it ends up with after defining comma should be 0, bracket close, formula is ready only for a cell. But we need to apply for rest, control enter, and our problem starts. What happened? Showing error, hash NA. Why is it? Though we have the data, but still why it is hash NA? We have discussed because of data absence, we may get hash NA, but here data is there, then still we are getting hash NA. So let's go and check the formula. If I go back to my formula, what is the thing that has gone wrong? Match is giving the result we confirmed, array is locked, lookup value is properly locked, VLOOKUP ends up with 0, everything is fine. So sometimes you may come across this kind of situation. Though your formula is 100% absolutely correct, but it is not going to give the result. So in that case, not to be panic, don't break your head. Just go back to your data for once and check, is there any problem in my data? Let's go and check it out. Now, if I go to my data, technically how many cells, how many characters are there over here in this cell? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But if I go and check, just see, it shows me 7. So what does it mean? It means there is some unwanted data or unwanted character over here. Maybe a space or looks like a space, maybe something else. We don't know. But there is some extra character, and that's why the data is not matching and it is throwing this kind of error. Now to remove that unwanted spaces, we have got a ready-made trim formula over there in Microsoft Excel, whose basic job is to remove the unwanted spaces from the cell, though it's the end of the statement or it's in the beginning of the statement or it is in the middle of the statement anywhere. Unwanted space, if it is there, it will be removing that. So now my data is clean. If you check over here, if the same formula I'm going to go for over here is equal to len, taking this, now this is going to return me 6. So formula removes unwanted spaces. Len formula calculates the space, the characters available in a cell. Hope these two formulas are clear, len and trim. People.
Yes.
So now the question arises, do I need to create a column to clean up my data first? Then I should make it as copy paste special value. Then I should go for application of formula? No. This is what our experts suggest, but I don't recommend this. Neither Excel do advise for that. So this is for your understanding. I have created that there is a problem in our data. And now, though the problem is there, we will not be doing a separate activity for data cleaning. We will be making our formula efficient enough in such a way that formula will first clean the data. That cleaned value will become our input for formula. So now, if you look at our formula, which element is uncleaned? We discussed.
G11.
So that alone, we should retain it within trim. That alone we should retain with trim. Trim open bracket, G11 close bracket. That's it. Formula is ready only for a cell, but we need to apply for rest. Control enter and see the beauty now. Even though the data is unclean, we are still able to get our values. So this is how people, whenever you have the data over there downloading from SAP or ERP system, you may come across this kind of situation. So this is the formula which you can use it. We look up with our match combinations and along with trim, you can get your result. So trim formula can be combined with any formula over there. All right. And this is going to give you results. So please give it a try. Any difficulties in understanding the formula, do let me know. I would help you. So any questions if you have, please ask me. Or any difficulties, do let me know.
Prabhas, I'm not getting the answer. So you have entered too many arguments for the functions like this. I'm getting
Yeah, you spell out the formula, what you have typed.
we look up this one bracket trim bracket dollar G11 bracket. Okay, I think. Sorry, I missed one bracket G11 bracket. Now it came.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, people, scenario 3 is clear. Working for everyone.
Yes, sir.
Yep. So as I told you, taking the live data, you need to practice all these formulas. And trust me, this is what in our routine activities we need it the most. So logic, one thing you can understand where I should go for VLOOKUP match formula combination when you have more than one value to look into. One, if you are looking in vertical, one you are looking for in horizontal, then VLOOKUP with match. This is how, like a layman, if you remember, any kind of situation, you can solve the problem. So somebody was asking me, I guess is it Rupali or someone else regarding if you have got multiple columns matching with my attendance system of the employee, then how to get that? Is it Rupali or something else? Somebody else?
Yes, yes, it's me.
Right. So hope you got your answer, right?
Yes, Prabhas, but see here it is we like example only for the one employee in that
Mm-hmm.
column. If it is multiple employee in that same column, if it is ID 005, you can just check in that, you can just write employee code downside. And what
Mm-hmm.
about the at a one time we can do this formula, because I think one of my colleague, he is using index formula.
Mm-hmm.
So how we can do?
Not necessary. See, so one time only we are using one time only. If you have got multiple people also, no problem. Let me take you through a scenario which is matching with your requirement. See the beauty now. Okay. Like suppose say here it is of different people data is there. Okay. Now take an example. So these are my employees. You take it as a employees. And this is what in that particular days, what is the attendance system I have. If I have the result, I need to find out. Take an example in this case. Same, I can go for is equal to VLOOKUP, like taking the lookup value. And I don't need to go for locking thing because I need to copy the formula only down. So I can go for this table array. So this is my table array. I can take completely over here and I'll be locking it. Then I have to look into the column index number, which date that attendance system I am looking for. So I can go for over here, simple match formula. Lookup value is this. Taking it lookup array should be my first row item because as I told you, lookup array can be a complete column or complete row. So I can go and check in this over here and what kind of match, exact match, then comma 0 for VLOOKUP purpose to close, control enter. You got your result, right?
Yes, right.
Mm-hmm.
But that see if it is example like this is only for the one column. Okay, if it is like 30 days attendance, I need to put even for the 50 employees in one employee database or any attendance system. So in how we can do at a
That is
one
what
time?
it's a one-time job only. See, your employee IDs will be there,
Mm,
correct? Employee IDs will be there here, correct?
yes.
Right? That's what the same one-time formula only we are doing. You try to connect if this is your entire abstract of 10,000 employees. Take an example. Here, instead of product, you make it as employee code or employee name, something you name it, employee code.
Good.
Okay. This is also employee code only.
Yeah.
Now, I have got 1 lakh people, but I'm looking for only 10,000 people attendance system. And for this many days, if I'm looking for a specific days, I'm looking for that. I can go for it. Simple, same formula.
Okay. I need to select that the control A, like entire days, right?
No, no, not control A. You have to select from the top. Then while selecting table array, control shift right arrow key, down arrow key.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Prakash.
Yep. Welcome. Okay, friends, so we have done with our advanced lookup, so taking different combination like we look up with column, we look up column with IFERROR, how to create a drop down and how to adjust the column if the data is shifting, location is changing, and how to combine we look up with match formula to make our formula more dynamic. And even if there is some kind of errors or there some space is there, some extra amount of data is there, how to remove the same with if with our trim formula, and that only removes the extra space from the data. It doesn't do anything else. So those things we are clear with this sheet. Now we are going to proceed with our next sheet is called nested if. Okay, so we are going to discuss the logical formulas of our Excel. This is also mostly needed in our routine activities when you go for creating any kind of templates or assessment matrix or decision making purpose. When you create the templates, this kind of formula we use the most. But yes, how to design such kind of things, let's go and discuss. Suppose say we have got a score 51. We need to check if the person scores more than 50, results should be pass, else fail. So basically, I want to have the answer either pass or fail. If that is the case, then 51, what should be the result? If you look at this condition, what should be the result in the yellow colored cell?
Pass.
Definitely. So how to get that? That is the question. So we should depend upon a logical formula of Excel, naming called if. What it demands me? Logical test. So logical test purpose, we need to depend upon a cell which contains the value. And what kind of test? Greater than 50. This becomes my logical test. And what it demands me? Value if true. So if this test is true, we are expecting the result to be pass. Pass is our own text. And when you define your own text, must define within two double inverted quotes. That's what we have learned in our day one itself. Comma. Value if false. So if the person is not pass, what is the ultimate answer? Fail. But fail is again our own output. We must define within two double inverted quotes. So once we go for this, the formula will be ready and we'll be getting our result. Now, if I go and change my score, something less than 50, say 35, fail. If I go for 68, which is more than 50, should be pass. What if I define 50? It is showing fail. Why it is fail? If suppose somebody is scoring 50, why it is supposed to be fail? Well, our formula we have defined like that. Only if it is greater than 50. So greater than 50 is not equal to 50, correct? So we have to precisely give our formula greater than then equal to. So that makes our condition 50 or greater than 50. If anybody scores, result should be pass. So this is how we have to slightly define our condition. That makes our condition more logical. And now the answer will be definitely over here. What it says, greater than equal to 50. Right. So this is how people, whenever there is a need, we can go and define our condition in this format. So how to write a simple if formula? Hope this is clear, working for you. Just check it out, please confirm. Hope this is working.
Yes, Prakash.
Yeah. So any confusion over here? Anybody?
No problems.
Okay. Here, one thing always keep in your mind. You have to always take the logical combinations in your proper fashion. Like first we have given it over here as greater than symbol. Then we have gone for equal to. You cannot give a reverse one. First you cannot give a equal to sign. Then you cannot go for the greater than symbol. That doesn't make a logical combination of your formulas. So to make it more clear even, let me take you through certain examples when you are dealing with such kind of templates or kind of a dashboards when you design it, how the logical operators it works. Let me take you through about that. So no need to do anything, just watch my screen over here first of all. If I'm using this, what does it call actually?
Less than.
Less than symbol. We call it less than symbol, but technically this is called less than operator. If I go for this makes me greater than. Do you agree? Now if I go for this, what did it say?
Less than or equal
Less
to.
Less than equal.
Less than or equal to.
Equal.
Correct. Very good. Now, if I go for something over here, this is called greater than or equal to, isn't it? Now, what if I something need to check, suppose say not equal to, how to check that? Not equal to. Go for less than and greater than both. That makes a combination of logic called not equal to. Now, if I need to check something called equal to, that we know very well, we can go for simple to equal to sign something, we can check that. Now, if I need to go and check equal to blank, how will I check that? I'll go for equal to and two double inverted quotes. That makes my equal to blank. So this is how the operators mostly we use in our logical combinations of the conditions any point of time we use or create in any Excel file over there. So I'm just copying and pasting it. Check it out. Is there any difficulties in understanding all these operator uses, people? It's clear, people?
Yes, boss.
Right. Now, once we have done with this, let us go for our second one, the example to discuss. So, take an example. Suppose there are two people newly joined in my department. Assume, okay? And here, what I need to do, my boss asked me, Prabhas, why don't you conduct a test for those two people? So when I conducted a test, I found their respective results like this. A has scored 50, B has scored 90. Okay. I'm just looking at the scores. My boss immediately just passed a statement looking at the same that score of A is greater than score of B. So he passed a statement. A has scored more than B. But technically, if you look at score of A, is it greater than B? What's it? Definitely not.
No.
So whatever my boss has passed a statement, it's definitely a false statement. And I do not want to declare in front of his face, because if I do so, sorry, you have passed a wrong statement, it may hurt his ego. I don't want to take that risk. I just want to do one thing. I just want Excel to declare the result by checking the condition, whether that statement is true or false. So in that case, any point of time to check a statement status, whether it is a true or false statement, we have to again go and depend upon a simple if formula. So if score of A greater than score of B, this is what we do. Now, if this is true, value if true, then the statement status is true. So true is more in our own output. We know that very well. That's why we have to retain into double inverted quotes. Now, what is the next one? Value if false. If a statement status is not true, what is the ultimate answer? False. So we should write false again in two more double inverted commas. Now, this is how, again, our experts, they suggest us to do the job like this over here. And so we get our result, isn't it? But technically, this is what I do not recommend. Why? I told you in day one itself, the more the if formula, file size will be more. So it's not necessary or mandatory that to check a condition, you should depend upon a if formula. So we have got simple operator which will be acting like a if formula. So how to make our condition precise? Just see, taking the same score of A greater than score of B. That's it. A simple greater than operator will be acting like a if formula. Can you see the result? Now you tell me, option 1 is better or option 2 is better? Which one you prefer to see? So lengthy if formula or a simple operator?
Simple operator.
Definitely, that will be anybody's choice. So this is how, again, you have to be very careful while writing or designing the formula. Do not unwantedly keep creating your if formulas. And where you believe a simple operator is going to do a job, comparing two columns, comparing two values, or comparison of making two values, anything you can go for over here by simple operator itself. Or when you are checking two columns, simple, I'll take you through the logic. When I have got something, when I do the reconciliation activity, suppose here it is a RAM, over here it is also RAM. If I want to check these two column status, what I do, equal to this value, again equal to this value, what will be my answer? Column J, whatever the value, column K, is it matching? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes means true, no means
True.
false. So when I'm getting true, absolutely. So this is how a simple operator is acting like a if formula. I don't need to go for a if conditions for that, right? So how to write our if formula? We got a clarity. So situation 2, is it clear, people, what we did? Any doubt, any difficulties in understanding? Simple if formulas, right? If it is clear, shall we proceed to situation number 3?
Yes.
Yes, Prabhas.
Right. Now let us go for our next example. It's called nested if. So here, a little bit careful. We have got a score. We need to check if the person scores less than 25, result should be fail. If he scores more than 25 but less than 50, grade C. If he scores more than 50 but less than 75, should be grade B. If he scores more than 75, grade should be A. Now, having the conditions over there, if I need to check the score, what should be the answer?
A grade.
That is supposed to be our answer, but how to get that? Because we have got many more people's score over here. So I need to just find out which bucket they are going to fall. If that is the case, how to design the conditions? Yes. You know how to write your if formula, right? So please take 2 minutes of time and get the solution. Yes, people, any luck? So what is the challenge we face?
In nested formula, it is better to understand the order of the sequence of the events first.
Right, right.
Then only
Absolutely.
you will be able. Then only you'll be able to write the nested formula. Otherwise, it will show error or some other information which is not relevant.
Right. So, how, I mean, then what is the challenge? We know how to write our if formula, right?
Yeah, but based on this data given, we cannot write in that way. We'll have to modify a little to bring the sequence correct.
Okay.
So in that way, we can get the correct answer. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to get the correct answer with the same sequence given in the.
Forget about the sequence. I told you that what exactly we need to check. If the person scores less than 25, fail. If he
Yeah.
scores more than 25 but less than 50, grade C. If he
Yeah.
scores more than 50 but less than 75, grade B. If he scores more than 75, grade A.
Yeah. No, no answer. I could manage to bring the answer correct in this case. That's just sharing my
With
experience
the
in
point.
yesterday.
Okay. Okay. Yes. So if that kind of situation is there in place, people always we struggle. And trust me, you will also not disagree. When this kind of situation comes, we always keep ourselves avoiding situation like this. Trust me, this is what happens. When you see a lengthy formula, we believe, oh, it's not my cup of tea. We ignore this and we go for something else. So this is the reason why we always feel more complexity about seeing many more conditions like this. So I'll tell you a very simple approach. Like a layman, just think about it to be more easy. I'll tell you how. See, whenever we have got this kind of situation, first of all, count how many conditions are there. So please first do that. How many conditions are there?
Four.
Total, yeah, total number 4. So as such, we know to write a condition, we need to depend upon a if formula. This much we know as such, correct?
Yes.
So if I need to write 4 conditions, 4 if formulas, I need to write. Fine. But that is needed if I write 4 if conditions in 4 different cells. But here our objective is we need to write all these conditions in one cell. So in that case, what you need to do, total number of condition minus 1 means total 3 if formulas we must write. This is our step 1 to understand. So total conditions 4 minus 1 means total 3 if formulas we need to write. So how to write 3 if formulas in one cell? You need to follow a rule. What is the rule says? There should be a proper order or logical flow of your conditions. So what is the meaning by proper order or logical flow? Like you can start with ascending order, end up with descending, or you can go for vice versa, start with the descending order and end up with ascending. Like you can start with fail, end up with grade A, or you can start from grade A, end up with fail. But there should be a proper flow of conditions. Now, how to write it? Just see. 1 minute, observe what I'm doing, try to understand the logic, As we discussed, are we following this, observing the same? Let's go on, just check it out. See, as I told you, we'll go for if formula. What it demands me, logical test. I told you logical test purpose, we need to depend on the cell. What's the first condition? If it is less than 25, then what it says formula, value if true. So what should be the formula? Output should be fail, correct? Do you agree? What's it? Are we in the right track?
Yes.
Right. Now what is that it is asking? Value if false. So if the person is not fail, what is the ultimate answer?
Pass.
But our problem starts there. We cannot go and write within two double inverted comma pass.
True.
Our problem starts there. If the person is pass, which grading system it is going to fall? So after fail, what is the next possibility? What is the next possible condition to be checked?
25 to 50.
Yeah. So grade C. So grade C purpose condition is should be more than 25, but less than 50. So start one more if formula. And this demands me the logical test. Yes. Now what I need to do over here, here people commits a mistake. They go for more than 25. So this is where you are confusing Excel. When you have taken in the previous case less than 25, taking the maximum limit, did I take more than 0? No, I take less than 25. Similarly, here also I should take less than 50 so that the condition will be more precise. More than 25, less than 50. Because when you go for less than 50, if it is less than 25, already condition is given. So no need to be worried about that. So it is going to only fall in that category. If yes, value if true, what should be the answer? Grade C. Hope this is clear.
Yes.
Come on. Now, what is the next one? Formula is asking value if false. Now, if the person is not coming in category C, then what is the next possible grade? Should be category B.
B.
But category B purpose, what's the condition? Should be more than 50, but there is a limitation up to
Less than
75.
75.
So start with if again and taking the score over here. Right? D10 less than 75. If this is true, answer should be grade B. Now, what is the formula next it is demanding? Value if false. So here need to check. If the person is not fail, not coming in category of grade C, neither falling in category of grade B. If none of these conditions are true, what is the ultimate answer?
Grade A.
Simple. So grade A is our own condition. We must define within two double inverted quotes. Now just check how many if formulas we have written as we discussed. 1, 2, 3. So 3 if formulas, total condition 4 minus 1. Done. But all these 3 if formulas are open. So logically what we need to do? We need to close them by giving close brackets. And that's it. Now see the result. Immediately our answer is ready. So this is how people, whenever you need to write multiple if sentences or formulas in one cell, that becomes your nested if. So give it a try. Any difficulties, do let me know. Or if you have any questions, please ask.
Prabhas, in this
Yeah.
case, suppose I have 9 conditions instead of 4 in this case. How in the this that this type of function will, how many cases I can extend up to like this?
Yeah, that's a good question. You can write up to maximum 30 conditions, 30.
Okay. So 30 is the limit for
Yeah.
nested if
Yes.
conditions.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
But I would not suggest to write such a lengthy if statement. We have discussed something, if you remember, regarding this. I told you we look up with the approximate match. Did you remember?
Yeah.
So better you should replace with this kind of formulas. Just create a matrix like this and do the replacement for that. We look up with approximate match. So the formula length will not be more and file size will not be heavy and the data execution also will be faster.
Yeah, I got it. Got it. Thank you.
Right, people? Question number 3 answer. Is it clear? Any questions from anybody? Or you are getting a different answer while you changing the score? Or any other question running in your mind, you can also share with me. So first of all, are you happy with the solution? I'm just taking an opinion because being a user, you should give me your better feedback. See, as a facilitator, I just teach, but daily routine life you are going to use. So first question is, being a user, are you happy with the solution?
It's little lengthy format formula.
Okay. Well, so lengthy to design the formula, lengthy to remember the formula, or lengthy to increase my file size. See, formula is lengthy because of the demand, because so many situations is there. You have to check with one shot, one formula, then definitely it will be lengthy because all the possible logics we need to check, right? So formula will be lengthy. This is how the situation, it will be always lengthy only. Well, why I'm asking this question again and again, because if you remember, as I told you, and today also I told you, the more the if formula, file size will be more. And that to this much of lengthy formula, if I have got 1,000 cases to check, 1,000 times if I go and apply this kind of formula, so definitely my file size will be heavy. So your concern has to be, there should be a question from your side, Prabhas, is there any other way we can reduce our formula length little bit and we can make our formula crisp, or we can reduce our file size up to some extent? Yes, we do have a choice. That's what we discussed the other time. When you go for the lookup formula, you can always go for this kind of VLOOKUP with approximate match. This is one. Solution number 2, if you are still working with if only, then we have got another formula in our Excel naming called IFS. So this is available only if you are in 2019 and above or 2016 enterprise or professional editions. Just check it out. Do you have the same formula IFS? So instead of writing multiple time if formula, you can go for simple ifs formula. Is it there? Yes, Suresh. So you might be having either 2016, you will not be there, or 2013, or prior to those versions, you will be having that. So those who are having IFS formula, they can start working here. 2013, it's not available. So IFS formula, those who are having, please see my screen how to operate with this. It's very easy also to understand. See the beauty. I have gone for my ifs formula. What it demands me? Logical test 1. So I'll take the score less than 25. If it is true, then fail. Now, can you see what is that it is asking now? Logical test 2. It is no more asking value if false. It directly asks for the second logic to check. So what is that? Suppose a B10, I'll go for less than 50. Then if it is true, then it should be grade C. Now again, what it asked me over here, logical test directly 3. So taking the same B10 only, the score less than 75. If this is true, grade B. Now the last logic, when you want to provide over here logical test 4, you have to be very precise. What is that? If B10 cell is greater than equal to 75, because if suppose somebody is scoring 75, it is unable to give the result. So we have to put it in our logic in the brackets, greater than equal to 75. Then what should be the grade? Grade A. Now see the bit. Only one formula ifs. So now it will be giving also the same result. So can you see now? Now you tell me, when you compare the formula, which one is easy to understand?
This is easy to understand for us. But
Definitely.
is it there in 2016?
No, 2016 only professional editions, not with student and home versions. If you are in 2019, Office 365 or 2021, you'll be getting IFS formula.
This will make our life more easy, I believe.
Yes, trust me, it will.
But here, unlike in the if, there will be three conditions with the fourth one open, right? The answer, right?
Obviously, that is what the
Here, all four we are giving.
yes. Because it is asking for logical test only, no? It is not asking value if false. That's what I told you the difference. In earlier if formula, if has a two options, either this or that. So
Yeah.
if it is not this, then ultimate answer is that. If it is not one, ultimate answer is zero. That's how it is.
And in this, all things has to be satisfactory. Means all the
It will check.
conditions inside. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
it will check one by one. Whichever it is true, that will be the result. So this is how people, if you are working with the higher versions of Microsoft Office, how the things are more easy and less time you need to struggle over there. You have understood that. All right. So I'm just copying and pasting this formula. Tomorrow, when you get a chance to upgrade your system, also you can make use of this ifs formula over there. I hope you have understood the nested if logic, how to write these formulas, right? So with this, we'll go for a 10 minutes break, people. So you can have a brisk and come back soon. We'll discuss the rest of the things after the break. So in my system, it is 4:35.445. Again, we are going to meet.
Okay, boss.
I believe everybody's back. Could you please respond in the chat box? Why for yes? Okay, Anu and Soumyan back. Very good. Okay, Rupali also. Yes, friends, quickly just respond in the box. All right, so we were discussing about our nested-if formula over there. So there are other two logical formulas of our Excel we are going to discuss now is called and or. So sometimes this formula is also pretty helpful for us, but let's see how it works. What's the logic exactly? Whenever you check multiple conditions, okay, we have to use this kind of formulas. Like whenever you check multiple conditions, if all the conditions are satisfied, then only the answer will be true in case of AND formula. But what is OR formula? Just the opposite. If you are checking multiple conditions, if any condition is satisfied, answer will be true over there. So it will be more clear when you go for a small example. Like if I go for AND formula, I'm going to take the logical check from the second example, score of A greater than 30. We'll check that later. I'm just typing as it is. Okay. Score of B, whatever it is, I will check. Is it less than 60? This is also I'm going to check. Fine. Now two conditions I'm going to check with AND formula. Score of A, 50. Is it more than 30? Is it greater than 30? What do you say? Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Technically,
Yes.
answer is true. Technically, answer is true. Score of B, 90. Is it less than 60?
No.
No.
Technically, answer is false. One is true, one is false. We are operating with and as we discussed, and formula purpose, all the conditions are to be satisfied. Since one condition is not satisfied, what should be the answer?
False.
Got it? So this is what basically your and formula. So please give it a try. Hope this is clear and working fine for everyone.
Yes.
Right. Now we'll go and check the other condition, like where to use or. Same logical check we are going to do, but with our formula over here called OR. So let's take the same, copy paste the formula over there, just replace AND with OR formula. And now see, score of A, 50, is it more than 30?
Yes.
Technically, answer is true. Now Excel is not going to bother about checking the rest of conditions. Since the first condition itself, it is satisfied. And we are operating with OR formula. What should be the answer?
True.
You got the answer? So this is what basically over here, people, when you check multiple conditions and if you are checking with OR, if any condition is satisfied, ultimate answer will be true. So that's what OR formula. These are the formulas mostly we use in our logical statements where to check over here in the time where you create your templates, dashboard, summary reports, or any other reports you are making to decide your own decisions over here and final output you want to present it. This kind of formula will be pretty helpful. So that's the story of our nested if. Any doubt, any queries with regard to logical formula or any doubt with regard to this sheet, people, whatever we did?
No doubt. Prabhas.
Let's go for the next. The sheet name is called sum and count. So we are going to discuss some aggregate functions of our Excel, and that is going to also help us in creating some kind of dashboards or designing the dashboards, how to make use of such kind of formula we are going to discuss, and how it operates exactly. That logic also we need to understand over there, and we are going to discuss that. So first of all, what is the data we have? Let's have a discussion. We have got 5 columns of data where you see date of training, name of the employees, division they belong to, salary they draw, and the training expenses incurred upon them. Everything is over here. Now, taking all these 5 columns into reference, we need to answer all these questions over here. Okay. So first one, when you look at what is that it is asking, count occurrence of division HFD, like which column you have to deal with in the division column. What you need to check, HFD division, how many times it is appearing in the range. So whenever you have a criteria based counting to be done, we have got a ready-made formula called COUNTIF. What's that? COUNTIF. What it demands me? Range. As we discussed, where we have to deal with the division column. Now, what is the next thing it is asking? Criteria. What's my criteria? Criteria is HFD. How to define that? Within 2 double inverted quotes, HFD, or you can take a cell reference from the division column, the cell which carries at least HFD name. So whichever it is comfortable for you, it is up to you to take it. And the moment you hit enter, are you getting 28 over there? Just check it out and confirm. So this is called criteria based counting. Any point of time, if you happen to do, you can go for a simple formula, count if. All of you are getting the same? Anybody is getting different answer?
No, Prabhas.
Okay. Now we'll go for the next one. Count salary less than 1,50,000 US dollar. So in salary column, we need to check wherever it is less than 1,50,000 cases are there, how many times it is appearing. We need to make a count of that. Okay. So again, criteria based counting to be done. Yeah. So we have the formula, COUNTIF, no doubt. Which is my range? Which is going to be my range over here? Definitely in the salary. Now, what it is asking? Criteria. What's my criteria? Less than 1,50,000. So here we need to be careful. Whenever you have a criteria with combinations of these operators like less than equal to, greater than equal to, not equal to, all this kind of stuffs, when it is there, you must retain within 2 double inverted quotes. So this is what predefined by Microsoft Excel, and we need to follow the instructions. And the moment I hit enter, can you see the result? Yes, 51. So this is how, again, criteria based counting, how to do that, the result we have seen, and we got results. So please check, are you getting 51? Confirm please. The second case. So I got a confirmation from Patanjali. How about the others people? Okay. Fine then. So let's go for the next. Sum salary for division RAD. So basically we need to check in division column wherever RAD is there, corresponding salary, we have to make a total of that. So basically what we need to do, criteria based sum. So when you have a criteria based sum to be done, we have got a formula ready made called SUMIF. And what it demands me, range. Which range you have to check? First we need to go and check the division column. So division column, this should be my range. Yes. Now I'll go for my division column entirely. And then what it demands me, criteria. What's my criteria? Criteria is
RAD.
my RAT. So within two double inverted quotes, I can define RAT. Then it is asking me, comma, sum range. Which range you will be applying the sum formula in the salary
Column D.
column? At the moment you go and hit enter, you will be getting your result. How much? 90,64,787. So again, this is what we call it as our criteria based sum. Any point of time, if you need to do, you will be getting your answer called sum. Yes, any questions from anybody? Now, we'll go for our next. Some salary above 2 lakh US dollar. So basically, in salary column, we need to check wherever it's more than 2 lakh cases are there, how much is the total salary we have to make it. So again, criteria based sum to be done. We know we have a formula, SUMIF. And what it demands me, range. So which range we need to check?
Salary.
Salary. So we'll take over here, the salary over here, comma. What is the next one? Criteria. What's my criteria? Above 2 lakhs. As we discussed, within two double inverted quotes, more than 2 lakh cases that we have to define. What's the next one? Sum range. Which range will be applying the sum formula?
Column D.
Again, the same salary, right?
Yeah.
So we can go and define salary, but that is not necessary because our range and sum range, since it is the same range, we can complete our formula with the criteria itself. There is no point of extending the formula by defining the same range again, right? So the moment we go and hit enter, are you getting the answer? Yes. So this is called again one more information for you. Whenever there is a need, you can go and create a formula like this and exactly take that formula length what you need. No need to go and extend your formula by unwanted range or characters or any other data sets. No need to put it inside into the formula. This is again criteria based sum to be done. How to do that we are clear. Any doubt, any questions in this?
No problem.
Okay. Next, we'll go for our fifth question. Some salary more than 50,000 US dollar, but less than 1,50,000 US dollar. So in salary column, you need to check more than 50,000, whatever it is there, and below 1,50,000 also, whatever the case is. Those salary alone you have to make it total. So basically we have to do a criteria based sum, but how many criteria? More than one. So whenever you have got multiple criteria based sum to be done, sum if is not going to help you. You have to go for a formula sum ifs. Very powerful, but bit peculiar. You need to understand over here. What it demands me, sum range. Which range I'll be applying the sum formula? First you watch my screen and let's discuss that first. Sum range. So which range I'll be applying my sum formula?
Column D.
In salary.
Yes.
Now, what's the next one? Criteria range 1. So what does it mean by criteria range 1, people?
I think it should be greater than 50,000.
Okay. If it is greater than 50,000, that should be my criteria range 1. After criteria range 1, just see what is the formula demanding.
Criteria 1.
So what I'm supposed to define there? So what it is asking, that is what we are going to define. So this is the place where people commits a mistake. So try to understand what it is asking. As per the question, more than 50,000 is my criteria. So more than 50,000, where you are going to search? More than 50,000 cases, where you are going to search? In the salary only? Do you
Salary
agree?
itself, yes.
Right. So that is what it is asking. Is your criteria range 1? Same salary range is supposed to be my criteria range 1. Okay. Now, what is the next one is asking? Criteria 1. So now as per the question, whatever the first criteria within two double inverted quotes greater than 50,000, we can define. This is our criteria 1. Now, comma, what is the next one is asking? Criteria range 2. So as per the question, whatever the second criteria, where to search?
Same salary.
Salary. So we'll go and select our salary over here. So when I go for salary, then what it is asking me? Asking me criteria 2. So what is my second criteria? Less than 1 lakh 50.
Less than 1 lakh. Yeah.
1 lakh 50. We should define within two double inverted quotes. So this is how, when you write multiple criteria based sum to be done, that is going to be your sum ifs. Very powerful, as I told you. So most of the time when you create the dashboard, summary report and tabular reports, this formula works like a charm. So just try this. Any difficulties in understanding, do let me know. Hope it is clear, people. I got a confirmation from Patanjali. How about the others?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, Somyan, Arun.
Clear, sir.
Okay, Rajesh.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Suresh, what is the status? Done. Very good. Now, coming to the next, find the total training expenses over here. Thank you so much for your response, people. Okay, find the total training expenses incurred between 1st August 2019 and 31st Jan 2020. So between these two dates, whatever the trainings happened and how much expenses we have incurred, that we have to make a total. So basically, we have to do a criteria-based sum. But how many criteria again? More than one. So we have to go for sum ifs. So when I go for sum ifs over here, sum range, which range I need to apply the sum formula? Yes, people? Which
E-column,
range we need to apply the sum
Expenses.
formula?
training expenses.
Training expenses. So I go for making training expenses here. Fine. Now, when I go for training expenses over here, now what is my formula asking? Criteria range 1. So as per the question, what is my first criteria?
First August 19.
Right. So logically, when there is a date related criteria are there, we have to be very careful. What is that? So whatever the training happened on 1st August, we have to include and after that as well, correct? So we cannot ignore 1st August training. We have to also take 1st August training. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Right. But where to search? This is asking. Where to search?
In the date column.
In the date column. So we'll go for our date column. So date column is the date of training, and there we have to search, and that becomes my criteria range 1. Now coming to criteria 1. So as I told you, criteria 1, how to define that? So here greater than equal to, and the date, how you have to define exactly in your data, how the dates are either DDMMYY or MMDDYY, whichever the format, the same format you have to follow over there, like first hyphen August hyphen 2019. So this is my DDMM format. So I have followed the same, no problem, comma. Criteria range 2. So as for the question, what is my second criteria? Whatever the training happened first 31st Jan 2020 and before that only I have to take it. But where to search? Again with the date. Do you agree?
Yeah.
So we'll go for again our date over here. At the moment I go for this. This is going to be my criteria range 2. Now criteria 2. So what is my second criteria? That we have to take it. So second criteria is over here. As I told you, within two double inverted quotes less than equal to 31st hyphen Jan 2020. And when you have this kind of information over here, the date related information, especially, you have to precisely give the command like this. And the moment you hit enter, you got your result. So this is how people, whenever there is a need, again, multiple criteria based sum to be done, sum ifs is the right formula, which will be giving you the result. So please give it a try. Any difficulties, do let me know. Hope it is working.
Yes, Prabhas.
Okay. Any difficulties in understanding anybody? Or anybody is getting the answer 0 or some other answers?
Sir, I am getting answer 0.
Okay. What is the spelling? I mean, could you please share your screen?
Okay.
Yeah. Right. Some IPS E4 to E94 training expenses A4 to A94. हाँ, you have taken only okay 1st August 20. आपने क्या किया? August 20 जो लिखा 20 के बाद आपका इन्वर्टेड कॉमा क्लोज नहीं हुआ है। पहली बात वो प्रॉब्लम। अभी फिर से 31 जन का भी क्लोज करो। और यहाँ पे फॉर्मूला आपने जो बनाया लेस देन इक्वल टू ग्रेटर देन इक्वल टू देना चाहिए।
यहाँ पे सर
ग्रेटर देन के बाद पहले नहीं, ग्रेटर देन के बाद। हाँ, इक्वल टू
अच्छा
उसी फॉर्मेट में लेस देन के बाद इक्वल टू। अभी आप एंटर करो। हाँ, अभी हम देखेंगे कि क्या प्रॉब्लम है। पहली बात तो आपके सिस्टम में MMDDYY फॉर्मेट में है, तो यहाँ पे DDMMYY ले रहा है। ओके, तो यहाँ पे आपने 2020 डाल दिया, दोनों का ईयर देखो। 1 अगस्त क्या है? 2019 है। 2019 लिखो आप, एग्जैक्टली 2019 लिखो। 19 मत करो, 2019 एग्जैक्टली लिखो। 19, हाँ, इस तरह से 2020 लिखो 31 जन के बाद। हाँ, अभी एंटर करो। आ गया? राइट, fine then. So I believe everybody has got the same answer for the question number 6. Any challenge, anybody? Fine then, I'm taking the control back on the screen, and this is what we have understood, that whenever there is a need such kind of aggregate functions, how to use it over there in our Excel, we got a clarity. So kindly save all your files and close it. And go to our sample case studies folder, people. Now we are going to discuss the next file naming called chart text. So kindly open that, the chart text file, kindly open that. So go to the first sheet naming called quick chart. So here we are going to discuss when you have the data in place. So we have so far discussed when you have the numbers, how to make the data clean over there. And once the data is cleaned, how to apply the necessary formula functions over here. Then when your data is ready for next level, how to analyze the data like a professional by using pivot table and presenting it different formats or different meaningful reports. And then now we are going to discuss how to present your data with an instant story by using some graphical stuffs like charts and graphs. Okay. So now suppose that these are the products I'm selling to my customers, and based on that, I have got a report ready for the entire annual, whatever the revenue I have made. I have made a report on that. So my boss is still telling me, Prabhas, why don't you plot a graph out of this? Okay, no problem. Keep your cursor anywhere in this data and go for Control A. And any point of time to convert a data into a chart, go for Alt F1. So when you go for Alt F1, a quick keyboard shortcut which will be helping you to plot a graph immediately. Alt F1. If it is not your direct key, go with function Alt F1, depend upon your keyboard. Alt F1 to insert a chart. Okay. Now suppose say the chart, whatever I have prepared, my boss is not happy. He's telling Prabhas, why don't you make a bigger chart so that people can have a clear visibility and there should not be any data. Only the chart should be there in place and it should be neat and clean. It should be presentable. If that is the demand from my boss, then how to present it? I'll tell you. Select your data, keep your cursor in the data set, select your data. On your keyboard, press only F11. So when you press F11, can you see an exclusive chart sheet is going to be generated over here, bigger in size, neat and clean, presentable, no data, only the chart. So this is one more command. If it is not a direct command, go with function with F11 to insert a chart sheet. These are the two quick keyboard shortcuts. Any point of time to plot a graph, you can go and use this. Alt F1 to plot a chart in the same worksheet, F11 to plot an exclusive chart sheet over there. Hope two keyboard shortcuts are working.
Yes, it's working.
Great. Now, let us go for quick chart. Let us have the chart in place and let's see how to make our chart presentation better. So when you have the chart in place, the first thing first, what you need to do, people, go to your design button. Chart design one button is there. You can see on my screen also. Okay. First, there you go over here. And you can notice there are different styles are available. Various styles are available. Okay. So go for the more button and take the last one. Now, why the last one? Because if you take the last style, it will be having some kind of glossy impact, some kind of intense effect, or some kind of shadow impact. Somewhat looks better compared to the previous version. You can also check it out. So I'm working with the full screen people. Anybody is having any queries, instead of dropping in the chat box, please unmute and speak. Okay. Now, when I go for this kind of chart, whatever I have over here, all right. Though my chart looks great, suppose now, but the unwanted grid lines, it's making my chart presentation messy. So how to remove the same? Select your chart towards your right side. There is a plus symbol you'll be finding. And if you click on that plus symbol, it will take a small pop-up box where you have a grid line option. Checkbox is activated. You can see grid line option, checkbox is activated. These things you have to deactivate and immediately you will be finding your chart is now neat and clean, completely presentable. And this plus symbol again you click to deactivate this box. So minimum data formatting. This is what first thing you should do. Hope it is done.
So propose, so I'm not able to find the chart design.
If you select the chart, it will come. If you select the chart, then chart design will come, or options tab will be there something.
Options. Yes.
Yeah. So because of the versions difference, it will be there. So same thing when I'm explaining something about design, you have to focus with your options tab. Like in pivot case, you have got
Yeah, yeah.
analyze, pivot table analyze. Similarly, some
So,
differences will be there in the name.
so here in chart design, I need to select the last one, right?
Last one.
Okay, okay. After that, Prabhu?
Yeah. If you select the chart, there's a plus symbol towards your right
Yeah.
side of the chart.
Okay, I need to uncheck the grid lines.
Absolutely.
Okay, 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 done. Thank you.
Right. Now the next thing, what you need to do, suppose say I am presenting my chart, my boss is not quite happy and he demanded me, Prabhas, all these columns are seeming identical. Why don't you make some differentiations about the products by based on some colors? So basically in one line, he's expecting some multicolored chart over here. No problem. You can keep your mouse pointer on any of the columns and go for right click upon the same. And when you go for right click upon the same on any column, you'll be finding an option called Format Data Series. And when you go for format data series over here, then it will be taking you to a dialog box like this, where the first icon, it deals with the fill and line. Fill and line. And if I go and click that, there's a fill option over here. And when I go for fill option, you can see there is an option called vary colors by point. Checkbox is not activated. And when you activate, can you see the beauty? Instantly, this is going to have this kind of colorful columns over there. So this is how we have understood how to do the minimum data formatting with regard to my chart area over there on the screen. Any doubt, any queries as such?
I think for 2013, that very color option is not there.
You will be definitely having. Have you gone to right click on any of the column and then format data series?
Yeah, yeah. I went and the fill option also I went to. Um,
Okay, which style you have taken? Have you taken the last style from the design tab, not from this? See, you have to go for more button and take the last one. This style you have to take.
yes,
Style.
Prabhas. Yes, yes. I took that one.
Now are you getting the multicolor option?
Give me 2 minutes, Prabhas. My system one got switched off. I'll come back to you in 2 minutes.
Okay, okay.
Sorry.
I believe everybody is getting the same people.
Yeah, Pravas.
All right. Now, once we have got it, whatever we have prepared so far, people, this is an outdated version of your chart. Yes, trust me. People don't like this kind of charts. So, how to make it better? So, first of all, we have to make it more informative. How to make it informative? Keeping your mouse pointer on any of the column, go for right click upon the same. You will be finding a direct options called add data labels. And when you go for add data labels, each and every columns, you will be finding the respective values will be embedded in the extreme top of each and every column. Now select your one of the data labels. You will be finding all your data labels are in selection. Whenever you are presenting your data labels, make sure that the data labels are readable by the audience. But how to make it? By simply making it bold, Control B, then increase the font size a bit. How to increase the font size? You can go for a simple keyboard shortcut, Control, Shift, and greater than symbol to increase the font size. Same thing, it is going to work with your PowerPoint, Outlook, and MS Word also. And similarly, to decrease the font size, Control Shift and less than Shift to decrease.
Prabhas?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I came to the same. The fill option is there. After that, the color variations are not able to give. That option is not available.
Can you share your screen?
Yes, Prabhas.
Yeah.
Hello.
Is my screen visible, Prabhas?
Not yet. Yeah, we can see now. Go to your Excel, please.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you are working in 2010 version, so it will not be there. The plus symbol will not be there in 2010. That's what I told you. It's available only in 2013 and above. But in 2010 also, you are not getting that colorful options that we are going to check that I can help you out. So select your chart, please. Select your chart, not the chart
Yes.
area, chart. Go to your design. Go to your design in the top. Yeah. Here in 2010, you need to go for the more button. Go for the more button towards your right, more button. So not move, more. Just little left, down, one more down. Just there you click. And here you have to take style number 26, row number 4, column number 2. Row number
This
4,
one.
column number 2. Yes, take that. And now you go for right click on any column, format data series, bottom one. Then you'll be getting the fill option in that, fill in the categories. Then vary colors by point. Yeah, now close. Okay,
Okay.
yeah. All right, so I'm taking the control back on the screen
Okay.
over here.
Thank you, Prabhas.
Right, welcome. So here, once we got this people, no doubt about it, we got uh, our chart applied with the multiple colors. As I told you, this is an outdated version and we should have the data labels in place by simply right click on any column and add data labels. And if it is necessary, go for increasing the font size a bit over here by using this keyboard shortcuts, Control Shift and greater than symbol. And if you want to decrease, Control Shift and less than symbol key you have to use. Now, the latest style, what it says, when you have the data labels in place, there is no point of having axis scale. And if you want to present your data in axis scale, then there is no point of having data labels. So if you compare both as an audience, which one you prefer to see or which one is giving an instant information? Definitely the data labels. So what should be the treatment of my axis scale? Should I remove it? No. You should select the axis scale and decrease the font size. Control Shift and less than symbol. Keep hitting and decrease the font size. So now axis scale is no more. Coming to next. Chart title. Having the chart title in the center, those days have gone. Nowadays, no more people are preferring to see the chart title in the center. They want to see the chart title in the extreme right. If you are reading the Economic Times newspaper, or if you visit to the money control sites, or if you are working with the big four firms presentations, Bain and Company, McKinsey and Co presentations, if you see, you'll be finding the chart titles will be always in the right side. Okay. Now, one more thing you always keep in your mind that whenever you are presenting your data, nowadays the audience doesn't like when you present your data as it is. What they are expecting that you should present your data in such a way it should tell the story to the people. So how to make my data in a storytelling my format? Let's see. Keep your cursor anywhere in the data and select Control A and go for data sorting. What is the shortcut for data sorting, people? Anybody?
All DS.
Alt D S. Very good. So D for data, S for sort. So when you go for Alt DS or data sorting on right click on the data, you can go for data sorting also. So whichever it is comfortable for you, go for it. Now, sort by USD column and choose the order largest to smallest. And when you go and click OK, you'll be finding a beautiful story turned up over here. So what's the story? Like from cocoa powder, we have got the maximum revenue, and from custard powder, we have got the least revenue. So anybody, whoever is working with this, and he can make out what I'm trying to express.
Hello.
So I believe everybody is getting the screen like this.
Yes.
Right. Now, though we have presented our charts with a very beautiful fashion, people, but this is what people don't like even. And what is that people dislike in this area is this series. Your product details. Since it is in slanting order, people don't like it because you are forcing them to bend their head to read the data in this format, isn't it? That's what people don't like it. So how to present it effectively then? So here the thing it has gone wrong. The selection of the chart was not adequate. So when you have a text heavy data, when you have to give an equal amount of importance to your text, this is not the right format of your chart. So what would be ideally the right one? See the beauty. On your chart area, just right click upon the same. There is an option called change chart type. Able to see change chart type? And when you click that, it will take you to your entire chart family where you could see in the left side categories a option called bar. So when you see this bar option is on, when you select it, just go and click OK and see the beautiful pattern is going to turn up, giving the equal amount of impact to your text also and having all the data populated over here. And even though you just resize the window with small amount of space also, I am able to present my data effectively. So this is how people, the necessary elements, how to put it across in the chart area, the minimum formatting, how to do, how to make it informative, how to bring the latest style over the chart area, and how to do the right selection of the chart, that also we observed. So this is what about our quick chart story. Hope this is clear what we created. Any doubt, any queries?
Prabhas, sorry to interrupt you again, but I'm far behind, Prabhas.
Far behind where exactly you are?
Actually, that color variations given, no? So from there, I'm not getting after that.
Okay. So from color variations, when you gave it over there, have you got your data labels?
No, Prabhas. Can I share my screen? If you don't mind?
Okay, no problem. Yes, right click on the any column, right click on any column, add data labels. Yep. Now select your axis scale in the left side, axis scale.
Access scale.
Yeah, 0 to 6,000 scaling is there, no left side, that is called
Okay.
axis scale. Yeah, select that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Control shift and less than key, keep hitting. Control shift and less than key, keep hitting. Keep hitting, keep hitting. Turn the same into a marker. As long as you can hit, keep hitting. Right. Now select your data from the left side, column B and column C. Data you select.
Yes.
Yeah, right click open the same. Sort, custom sort. Sort.
Okay. It is not getting sorted.
Custom sort in the bottom, custom sort is there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Then you go for sales in USD. No. Category is sales in USD. Sort by the first drop down, sort by USD
Oh, very
and largest to smallest. Now click OK.
okay.
But the problem is the text is not in a proper order. So you have to go for right click on the chart area again. Change chart type option will be there. Yep. Go for bar option. No, not there, not there. Choose the categories only. Just choose the bar. Yeah. Now click OK. And you got your chart ready.
Okay.
Right.
Yes, Prabha. Thank you.
Right. So I'm taking the control back on the screen, people, over here. Once we got our chart in this format, but the question is the chart, whatever we created it, okay, there is a bit problem. What's the problem? Our data is properly added with an order, but my chart is showing some reverse order. Can you see that? Data is in largest to smallest, but chart is populating smallest to largest. So in this case, how to give a same feeling? Our experts, they will tell you, why don't you go and arrange the data in smallest to largest? That's not going to work. Again, the same situation is going to come, just the reverse one. So how to bring the exact feeling with regard to the chart area as well? So how to show this cocoa powder in the beginning and custard powder in the bottom? Let's see. Select your text, whatever this chart area text is there, select that one and right click open the same. When you go for right click, can you see one option comes of format axis? Are you getting the same, people? When you select your text inside the chart area, right click open the same. Are you getting format axis?
Yes. Yes.
And when you click format axis, it will immediately take you through a dialog box to the right side. And there is a very beautiful option Microsoft has kept in hidden state. Categories in reverse order. Can you see? Categories in reverse order. Checkbox is not activated. Just activate that. And the moment you see what happens, as it is exactly the way I have put my data with the similar order, similar fashion, my chart is also being populated over here. So this is how, people, we have understood how to create a chart out of the data, fulfilling all the minimum requirements, formatting, making it informative, bringing the latest style, and finally presenting it effectively with the right selection of the chart. And that's the story of our quick chart. Any doubt, any queries? यस राजेश जी, आपने हाथ उठाया, कुछ सवाल है आपका?
Prabhas,
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting some different result. I will share my screen.
Okay. You can close the unwanted dialog boxes, format, shape, research, and all from the right side first.
Yes.
So Priyanka, from the right side, two boxes are unwantedly open, like naming called research, format, plot area. All these things you please first deactivate. Close this window.
Then
Right. So what you're getting, let me first have a look. Why? Because you have reduced the space. See, the bottom side one button is there. Chart one, the chart area. No, 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 no. Don't. I did not ask you to click that plus symbol. The area which is selected inside the chart area. Can you see a box is there? It is selected. It's in selection.
No.
So it's select. I can see that. See, the buttons are there. Diagonal button, top, bottom, left, right. Some buttons are there. Circular buttons.
Okay, okay, okay.
Not that, not that. Inside the chart. No, 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 no. You are
Inside chart.
uh, bottom, bottom.
Here?
Don't go for top. Similarly, bottom in the bottom side, bottom side. Yeah, that one you take it down. More. Right.
Okay.
That you have reduced that. You should not touch the chart area.
Okay.
Now you have to change the order. Select the data order. Just product and sales data you select. No, no, no. Data. B and C column data. No, not in the chart area, Priyanka. I'm talking about data. Yes. Select Control A. Then go for right click. Sort. Custom sort. Custom sort. Down. Yeah. There you go. Sales USD, largest to smallest. Order. Yes.
Okay.
Right. Now it's perfect. Save the file. Yes, राजेश जी आपने कुछ सवाल के लिए हाथ उठाया शायद जितने मैं समझ रहा हूँ. राजेश मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको? Okay, fine then. So let's go for our next chart type. It's called combo chart. So here, a beautiful chart we are going to discuss now, which will be really helpful for data presentation, making it more impressive. So first of all, whatever the data we have, let's have a discussion on that. We have got month-wise sales data, sales in INR, it is there. So contribution, if it is not clear, let me first put it in data in percentage, sales percentage. This is nothing but the other versions or name of contribution, sales percentage. Okay. So you can change that name if you are not clear with contribution header. So now we have got these three columns, and based on this, select your data, please, and plot a graph. What is the shortcut we learned? Anybody quickly?
Alt F1.
Very good. Let's go for that. And once you have the plot over here, chart, I told you what is the first thing you should do. Anybody? First thing first, I told
Select
you,
the
right?
chart file.
Yeah,
Select the
going
chart
to,
type.
yes, going to the design. Which style we should take it as we discussed?
The last one.
Very good. So take the last one immediately from the chart design or options tab, depending upon the version of your Microsoft Excel. Now, once you go for this, what is the step 2?
Remove grid lines.
Absolutely. But how to do that?
Right click and
Select your chart towards your right side, plus symbol is there. You can go for plus symbol, remove the grid lines, or you can select any of the grid lines and go for delete from your keyboard. Whichever it is comfortable for you, go for it. Make your chart clean. So kindly confirm you got all the steps ready.
Yes.
yes.
Okay. Suresh, what is the status? Somyanan?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Prabhas, the plus symbol is not coming.
No, you are in 2010. 2010 plus symbol will not be there. You have to
Okay.
select you have to select the line and you have to just click on the line and then delete. If you are in 2010, you don't have plus symbol. 2013 and above only plus symbol is available.
Okay.
Now, no need to do anything, just stay focused on my screen, people. So here, kindly take a look on my screen. No need to do anything. See, we have created our chart, but if you look at on this chart area, this is not giving a great look. Why? How will I know that? How to read this? What is the thing missing? Let me take you through. See, the chart, if you look at, we have got a legend called sales INR, and this is appearing, no doubt. All the blue colors are nothing but sales in INR. There is also one option is there called sales in percentage. But do you see anywhere sales in percentage options? Anything is available in the chart area? Right, people? Can you see that anywhere?
No.
It is
So this is
very
what?
There, but it
Yeah.
is hidden.
Yes,
It is
it is
below
there, but it
the
is there,
surface.
but it is sitting somewhere in the bottom of my axis. Can you see small marks are there? Little bit patches are there. So this is what I understand. I can make out, but how people are going to make out? Definitely not. So this is the chart. It is the problem. And why this kind of problems are happening? Because in our data, our sales data is there in numbers, but our sales percentage is there in percentage format. So technically, these are two different formats and cannot be combined with one axis. This is the trouble. So what we need to do, we need to create one more column over here next to the chart, right side of the chart area. We have to call it as Z or Z axis, or we call it as secondary axis. And this is the place where we have to present our data over here, naming this sales percentage. And that is going to be called as a combo chart in Excel language, or in technical terms, we call it as a secondary axis or Z or Z axis. So how to create that? That is the question. So hope everybody is clear what is the things missing in this chart and how to arrange that and how this chart can be converted to a combo chart. Theoretically, is it clear?
yes.
Yes.
So what we need to do, people, right click on the chart area anywhere. Right click on the chart area anywhere. You have an option called change chart type. You can click that. And when you go for this, it will immediately take your entire chart family over there. And there is an option called combo. This combo option is available only in 2013 and above versions of Microsoft Excel. So when you go for combo, you can see it shows me sales INR. What type of chart? Clustered column. Able to see everybody? Is it showing clustered column?
Yes.
Go for the drop down and choose in clustered column over here. If you want to change something, you can change out of this. This is how you can change the chart type, but there is no need to do any changes right now. But I gave you the options. This is how you can change. Now, what is the second one? Sales percentage. What type of chart it is showing? Line. So instead of line, go for the drop down and choose line with markers. The fourth option from the line category is nothing but line with markers. So when you go for line with markers with immediate effect, my sales percentage will be ready in the data preview box. You can see. But there is a box still open for us. Secondary axis, the checkbox is not yet activated. Can you see for the sales percentage? So this box you need to activate. And once you have the axis box opened and you checked, now immediately in the data preview box, can you see one axis turns up immediately to the right side of the chart area? So this is showing your percentage data. And now click OK. With immediate effect, you got your chart ready. So this is called nothing but your combo chart. Very helpful. Whenever you have got many more columns data to be populated, so instead of overloading your entire data in one axis, you can be very selective. So certain data you can keep it in primary axis, certain columns you can retain in secondary axis. So chart will not be overloaded. Data will be clearly visible and people will make out what you're trying to say and they will be giving a compliment to your work. So this is called your combo chart. Any doubt, any queries in this chart, people?
Could you please repeat last step?
Where you have left with?
That on that line is reflecting above months. Line with markers.
Okay, so here, have you checked the secondary axis box?
Let me check. I think I haven't.
So if you are getting this dialog box, you have to check the secondary axis option. You have to click it on.
Yes,
You have to
it's giving same result.
Yeah. All right. So I believe combo chart is clear, people. Any questions from anybody?
Well, I have a query here.
Yeah, please ask.
See, in a chart, my arrow keys are not working. What is the reason behind it?
Arrow keys are not working means your
Means,
keyboard
suppose
arrow keys.
keyboard arrow keys. I'm not, suppose I want to move the data labels up and down or here and
No,
there,
no, no.
some little alignment.
You cannot do the data labels with arrow keys. See, if you want to arrange your data labels, now take an example, since you are asking, I'm covering this also. Like, see, if I have added the data labels, okay. Now, if I select it, I cannot also operate through the arrow keys.
Yeah.
Okay, so what you can do over here, I'll tell you. You have to select the data labels. So all the data labels are in selection. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Just right click upon the same. There's an option called Format Data Labels. And there you go. You have the label position options are there, like center, inside end, inside base, outside end. Now suppose say I want to go for inside base. So automatically it will be coming to the bottom of your each and every column. If you want to align to the center, you will be getting the center like this. If you want to go for inside end, it will be coming up inside end like this. So these are the different layouts we have for the labels, data labels to populate.
Okay. So this is the maximum we can do for without touching the arrow keys, right?
Yeah, in arrow keys you cannot operate at all. This is
Yeah.
not designed for that.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So here, one more thing I would like to tell you, when this kind of combo charts are there, okay, the problem is some data labels you will be keeping in the bottom and some will be in the top. If you have the data labels will be overlapping with each other. This is one more trouble. So how to manage it, how to present it effectively, I'm going to take you through. Just watch my screen. So this is what I have got the data labels. As I told you, always make it bold and ensure that it is readable by the audience. So I have got all my data labels bold and readable. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to format the same with the text color as white. Then again, I'll go for right click upon the same, format data labels. Here, one option is there called alignment. In the same format data labels, it is called alignment. And when I go for this alignment, can you see what it shows me? Text directions as horizontal. This is called horizontal alignment. So instead of horizontal, let's go and make it rotate all text with 270 degree. And once you make it, now can you see? Looks great. Right? So having the high contrast background color, the foreground color of the text color, white color, and when you're going to present it, people also love to see that. And even though I want to have one more data labels for my secondary axis, say percentage, I can simply right click on this line and going for add data labels. Now this will be populating and I want to make it always in the top. Simple. I can go for right click upon the same, format data labels and go for above. And this will be giving more clear picture. All right, Chandrasekhar. Hope you are getting that.
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Yeah. So this is how we have understood how to create a combo chart out of any data. Now, we are going to discuss the next chart type is called budget versus actuals or target versus actuals or planned versus actuals. This is one of the most important chart type in our routine activities. Every month end, quarter end, half yearly, yearly chart when you present it, how to make it effective over here. So we have a sales data. You can delete this yellow colored cells. That is for your understanding. I have created it. So month wise, whatever the target it is there and actuals also it is there. You can consider these are units or in terms of US dollar, INR, anything you call it, no problem. But how to present this data effectively with no time, without spending much time, I will tell you. Select your data, plot a graph. And as I told you, what is the shortcut? Alt F1. And once your chart is ready, what is the first thing we should do? Going to chart design. Take the last style. Then plus symbol, remove the grid lines. So this is the first thing we should do. Now, right click on the chart area. There's an option, change chart type. You'll be getting it. And there, you'll be finding again the option called combo. And when you go to combo, the target data, it shows me as cluster column. Ideally, the target data should be a line chart. So go for the drop down of cluster column and choose line with markers. Line with markers. And actuals, which is showing line instead of line, go for the drop down and choose the column section first option. Column section first option is clustered column. And when you choose the same, then go for OK. And see the beauty? With immediate effect, you'll be getting a clear picture of target versus actuals over here. So whichever the month exceeding the target, you can immediately make out. No need to read your numbers to get the story. In the month of June, August, September, and December, it is more than the target we have achieved. And where it is somewhat close to the target in the month of March and April. Anybody can read, anybody can interpret, correct? So this is how.
Prabhas,
Yep.
this combo and XY scatter both are same or different?
Combo and
XY scatter one option is there, no label.
no. Scatter chart is different. Combo chart is different.
Okay. Because I chosen that XY scatter because I'm using older version of Excel now, so I'm not able to find that combo option. So I chosen the XY scatter. So but that graph came out. That's why it's the
No,
same
that
or
is not
different.
going to. No. It's two different things. If that is then why? I mean, same thing in two different categories. Excel is going to keep it. So it is two different things. Logically and naturally, scatter plot is also different thing from the combo chart. So combo chart is basically being designed to create another axis and plot your graph.
Okay, Prabhas. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Now this is one format you have presented it. Now I'm going to take you through. Suppose, as I told you, this is what one of the presentation which is recurring in nature. Every month end you have to go and present something like this. Now, if you have already presented the same in the last month, and on the upcoming month you are also going to present the same chart, definitely people are not going to be happy because they have already seen that in the last time. So this time when you are going to present it, their expectation level is high. So you have to do something different. So how to present our data differently? I'll tell you. Copy this chart, select your chart, copy this, and keep this chart somewhere in the bottom. Then keep your cursor next to the data towards your right side and paste it, Control V. So we have created a copy of that chart, nothing else. Okay. Now, once I made it, right click upon the chart area. Our chart area, people. Okay, this is the complete chart, and inside that, this is called chart area. So when I say right click on the chart area, this is the area anywhere you can click. And when I say select a chart, this is what the selection point of the charts. So anywhere you can click on the outside wall, this is called to select the chart. Okay. Now, once I made it, right click upon this chart area, change chart type. And when I go for this, you will be finding over here an option naming called target line with markers. It's showing, yes, let it be. Actuals, it is showing clustered column. Instead, go for cluster column and choose line with markers. This also. So technically both we are making as line with markers, and do not select this secondary axis. Don't, it's not needed also, and go and click OK. So this is one more version of your target versus actuals. So sometimes you present like this, sometimes you can present like this. As an alternative, people will be having something different to see. And that is what, in no time, how to create a budget versus actuals or target versus actuals. We have seen that. So any doubt, any queries in this chart, people? Or if you have any questions, please ask.
Prabhas,
Mhm.
I followed same steps, but 1 month I will share my screen.
Mhm.
Is it visible?
Yeah, I can see that. I understood the problem where it is because that month, yeah,
Mhm.
you have selected that sales. I told you not to select the sales. So you have selected that sales data. Okay, no issues. You go to your design tab. There is an option called edit data or select data. Select data is there.
I
No, 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 no. There is an option called select data towards your right side.
select data. Okay.
Click on that.
Yes.
You have not
That
shared your window. I guess you have shared your screen. That's why I'm unable to see that window. Okay, can you see the problem? You are selecting from B2, right?
yes.
So you got to select, yeah, from there, select towards your right as well as towards down. No, one row extra you are selecting. Be careful while you're selecting the range. Yep, click OK. Now go below to the chart. Scroll down.
Okay.
No, it's not okay. Still, you have selected the combo axis. See, right click on the chart area. I told you not to do that. You did the same. Okay, right click on the chart area. Change chart type. Combo. Actuals, you have selected secondary axis. Actuals, you have selected secondary axis. Secondary axis box is on. Right side. That you should not. Yeah. Now click OK. Yes. Now it is ready. The same thing you have to do it for the previous one also. Going to select data or edit data, something.
Okay. Design. Select data. Is it okay now?
Yep. Yep. Now it's okay.
Okay.
Fine then. So I'm taking the control back on the screen over here. Okay. Now we are going to discuss the next chart type. Sometimes what it happens when you present your data in terms of pie chart, people don't like it. And why? And what are the things missing? How to make some improvements in the pie chart we are going to discuss. Okay. So here there is a sheet called waterfall that for the time being you'll leave it. Go to pie chart.